Good afternoon. It is Tuesday, the 9th of June. It is 1 p.m. We have staff and community presentations at this work session. We are joined by Mr. Dahl, and I will let you introduce the whole team. I'm not in the introductory stage today.
Please do.
Diane, you want to introduce?
I can. Thank you, Chair Diane Jackson, Airport Director, and I actually am accompanied by Mead & Hunt, our environmental team for the airport. I know that there has been several discussions on the airport and air quality through our P&Z process, our joint meeting in January. So we were asked to bring Mead & Hunt back for a discussion on air quality, what we're doing now, and particularly the ultrafine particles. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Jen to introduce her team with Mead & Hunt.
Excellent. Thanks, Diane. Good afternoon, folks. Thanks for the opportunity to come and speak with you today. My name is Jen Walchansky. I'm with Mead & Hunt. It's my team that's supporting the airport on their air quality program. We also have Roger Wason, Dr. Roger Wason on the line. He is the Senior Air Quality Engineer and Scientist at AECOM. He's an esteemed member of our team, and he is actually managing the ongoing monitoring event that's happening at the airport today. So I'm going to share my screen, but as I'm sharing, I will say that the sure. Maybe I should make sure that mine's on. Yeah. How about that? Okay. Jen Walchansky, Mead & Hunt. All right. Okay. So our intent today is to conduct a brief overview of air quality studies that have been conducted at the airport and within Pitkin County to date. But then really we're going to dive in on the topic of ultrafine particles, or UFPs. UFPs are certainly a growing area of interest in air quality management. While the scientific understanding of their impact on health is being researched and developed, and there are not yet regulatory standards for UFPs, there is recognition of their growing importance in the field. So the airport has asked us, and truly it's our responsibility, to continue monitoring UFPs, understanding the evolving science, technologies, policies to make sure that we are at the forefront of the issue, to be able to run a safe, effective, efficient airport, and to be able to take care of the community. So our goal today is to be able to provide context on UFPs, what we know, the science, case studies, how things are developing, to be able to inform the board, to be able to inform the public on this issue. So like I said, we'll go over air quality studies that have been conducted to date at the airport and within Pitkin County, and then we'll dive right into UFPs. We'll talk about a high-level overview of what they are, the scientific understanding. We'll talk about the regulatory context, both within the United States and internationally. We'll discuss monitoring methodology and equipment because it is very specific to UFPs. We'll go through a number of case studies, both in the US and abroad. And then finally, we'll touch on mitigation strategies. And I should add, I believe Roger is on. He'll go on video once he gets to his slides. But if you have any questions throughout the presentation, please do not hesitate to ask. This is a pretty complicated topic, so we want to make sure that everybody is understanding as we're going through it.
I have a question right off the bat, if you don't mind. Quick one.
Yeah.
Just your approach to this as consultants.
Mm-hmm.
Are you approaching this as scientists or with unbiased? You're presenting us what they are first. So if we're doing a study, how do you approach that so you have results that are actually that can be counted as credible?
We're approaching this as scientists, I would say. We are an airport advisor, but the purpose of this presentation today is to simply provide context on UFPs for you guys, for people to be able to make an informed decision on the path forward. So that's our purpose today. Was that the question?
Yeah, it helps. Okay. It's just to understand the approach and what your motive is and what's the incentive. Is there an outcome you're looking for?
For today, really, truly, it's an educational presentation of, if you have questions, if you want to know my personal opinion, my professional opinion, Dr. Wason's opinion, you can certainly, we can cover that, but that's not the basics of the presentation, I would say.
Maybe we'll get to that.
Yep, and we may get to that, sure.
Great, appreciate it.
Okay. All right. So just to let you guys know, you have seen a number of these slides before on air quality studies that have been conducted to date. I think it's important to note, and I know, Diane, you've said this previously, the airport has always had a focus on emissions. It is a core value of the airport to be able to understand its potential impact on the community, to be able to identify and improve, potential impacts, and to be able to improve and mitigate. So I think that's good to keep in the back of your mind as we go through these studies. So starting out with greenhouse gas emissions inventories, most recently we conducted the 2023 emissions inventory. Aspen Pitkin County Airport was one of the first airports ever to conduct an emissions inventory to better understand what potential impacts are coming from airport-related activities. The first of 8 emissions inventories was conducted in 2006. The methodology used is from the National Academy of Sciences Airport Cooperative Research Program, so it's very airport specific. We continue to use that methodology today, slightly modified based on directive from the AAB, the Airport Advisory Board. Jackie Francis is the chair of the subcommittee. Rick Heedy previously served on the AAB, and so they added their tweak to it. So we have that documented in AAB policy memo. Criteria pollutants emissions modeling with and without project. So I'll unpack that a bit for you guys. When a federal action is taken, or let's say when the airport uses federal funds, it is required that the airport conduct an environmental review under the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA. Within NEPA, it is required to understand the potential air quality impacts of a project. And we do that by modeling existing conditions versus with and without project in the future based on the 6 criteria pollutants. These 6 pollutants, and we'll go over this on a future slide, these 6 pollutants are under the National Ambient Air Quality Standards. They each have regulatory, legally binding thresholds to be able to protect the public health and the environment. So what we do in a NEPA analysis is we model emissions conditions or air quality conditions presently in the existing condition. Then we model it at the date that we think that the project is going to open or be complete. We model it both for with project, if the airport decides to pursue that project, and without project, if the airport does not conduct that project, to see what the difference in air quality would be. We also model it 5 years out from that date of opening. We've done that, or the airport has done that for all of these environmental assessments, and no thresholds have ever been exceeded, and it has actually been very far from meeting any sort of thresholds. Additionally, the airport went above and beyond in 2018 in the Terminal and Airfield Improvement Environmental Assessment. The airport included a what-if appendix. The what-if appendix essentially accounted for a forecast that was not reasonably foreseeable. It was a little more aggressive. I don't remember the exact changes, but let's say it had more operations included or different types of aircraft to see if this was going to be a bigger project that resulted in more emissions, what would this look like? And we modeled those emissions based on that not really reasonably foreseeable forecast, and it was also determined that there were no thresholds exceeded, not close to those thresholds. So those are all of the analyses that have been conducted under NEPA for with and without project. In 2020, Pitkin County conducted its own measurements exercise. There were 18 constituents that were measured, 6 of which are known to occur in aircraft, and the results showed that all results did not exceed any thresholds. This is not one I participated in, but I'll say if anybody has questions, you can ask Kurt.
Can I?
We've got about 30 slides to go through. Is
Got
this
it.
pertinent, or-
Well, only that some of these VOCs are noticeable. You can smell them, and that's the feedback we've had. Does that mean they exceed limits?
No, a smell does not mean that you can exceed limits, that you have exceeded limits.
Okay. Keep going.
Any other, okay.
I guess we've got 30 more slides to get through.
We do. We haven't gotten to UFPs. We're almost there. Okay. All right, so what is being done to date? Currently, the airport has voluntarily set up a measurement exercise. This is not a requirement. This is voluntary. we are looking into the criteria pollutants, which are listed before you. These are the ones that have those regulatory thresholds. There are 2 very sophisticated pieces of equipment, EPA reference monitors on the airfield at either side of the runway, 9 additional monitors on airport property and located within the community. The timeline for this measurement exercise is going to be 1 year long. It started in April, which means that it has been going on during the closure, before the closure in operation, during the closure, and after the closure. So we have those numbers coming in. We will be reporting out on these results quarterly. So understanding it started in April, that's April, May, June is when that first quarter ends. We're going to take a month to QC and understand those results, because that's incredibly important before releasing results and explaining them. And then we are going to present the results each quarter throughout this measurement exercise. Any questions? Okay. We're also conducting emissions modeling. And this is very source specific. So if you're looking to understand the emissions associated with the airport operations and facilities, we can look at modeling. We'll account for airport facilities, ground support equipment, fleet vehicles, aircraft, et cetera. And that's different from measurement, because a monitor is going to simply take into account any emission, any air pollutant that's going by the monitor. This is going to be very source specific. Additionally, emissions modeling allows us to understand potential future conditions. We cannot measure into the future, but we can model based on an understanding of what's going to happen and what the conditions are. Modeling and measurements are not surrogates for each other. They are actually very complementary, and they can be used to validate the other. So it's very important to have these both going on at the same time. Questions? Okay. We are going to use all of the information that we're gathering in these exercises, in the monitoring, in the measurements, and the modeling, to be able to understand what the existing conditions are, where those heavy, energy sources are, for example. We're going to align with stakeholders, with the town, with the county, with local organizations to align goals, to be able to recommend emission reduction strategies for the airport. And so that is really the meat of this process, in understanding what we can put into action to see emission reductions. All right. Any questions on what has been done to date? Okay. So, ultrafine particles. They are airborne particles that are smaller than 0.1 micrometer, or 100 nanometers in diameter. In layman's terms, they are very, 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 very small particles. And in fact, they are so small that they cannot be measured like other air pollutants, which are measured in mass. These are measured in particle number count, which Roger will cover later. They are generally generated by combustion sources, so engines in your vehicles, aircraft, industrial processes, wildfire, or they can actually be generated by natural sources, such as your salt spray. It's important to know that the particle concentration, the size distribution, how big the particles are, and the chemical toxicity are going to differ based on where that UFP emission is coming from, so where the source is for that UFP. Research does suggest that there are potential leaks between UFP exposure and health impacts, specifically respiratory, cardiovascular, and neurological health effects. There are currently no health-based regulations, legally binding standards for UFPs in the United States or abroad, and we will dive into that in our coming slides. And also, there's no universal protocol or methodology to be able to monitor UFPs. So the challenge in that is if we have one study in state X that conducts a UFP analysis and measurements, and another study in state Y, it may be challenging to compare those results. Similarly, over time, if we conduct a measurement today and a universal protocol is determined in 10 years to be different, it may be challenging to compare results, but no universal protocol for measurement. Questions?
I do have a quick one. On the natural sources generated by, you have salt spray. What about, the joke is we had dust from the Gobi Desert some years ago. What about dust particulae? I know they tend to be bigger size, but they can also be finite. I mean, they can be, really fine particles depending upon, the crushing factors, or the cars driving over them on the highway, break them down into smaller particles. Would that be considered a natural source then, I would imagine?
That would be considered a natural source, but and I'll let Dr. Wason speak to this. Dust and those kinds of particles, even if they are weathered, are generally going to be your larger particles, your PM10s.
But some dust can be ground to a fine source. I mean, so I think that would just be a question for further consideration. Thank you.
And I think to get to where Patty is too, of where they travel, how far they can travel to. Has been a question that we've heard as well.
Okay.
So if we can address that with Dr.
Dust can
Wason.
travel further than just the vehicle, aircraft, industrial process, fine particulate. And then I'm going to throw in another question for further explanation down the line here. The coagulation, as far as it's my understanding that the ultrafine particles can coagulate with each other because of their size, and then how does that interfere with speciation?
And if we can take Roger, is Roger a panelist that can come up onto the screen
Yeah,
right
if you
now?
want to answer it at the end of your presentation,
Okay.
just I'm making a list of.
Sure, I appreciate that. And maybe Roger, if you can hear, maybe you can write these questions down to make sure to address them once you're on.
If not, I have them written down. I can
Okay.
remember.
Patty has them written down, so don't you worry.
We'll go to Ted while we're looking for Roger.
Yeah, and this could be just a question for the future too to write down. These particles are so small. Do they actually settle out of the air? Like we're talking a molecular weight that isn't much more than what air is generally comprised of. So, will it just stay airborne forever? And I wonder if maybe Dr. Wason can comment on that, because once they're airborne, things that are really that small don't necessarily just fall to the ground.
Sure. So maybe,
Land anywhere.
Roger, do you want to start from the beginning with Patty's 2 questions and then we can hit on Ted's?
Yeah, I think it's time to answer them now so that
Yeah.
everything will be clear later. Good afternoon, everyone. Glad to see you. The first question I heard is about the dust. It takes a lot of energy to make these very, very small particles. So only some small fraction of dust can actually get to that size. And it can, but it's a very, very, very small fraction. And then the coagulation was the second one. And that's a very good point, because UFPs, they don't behave like regular particles. For example, settling was asked. They're very small and almost no mass, so settling is, it's more like they hit something and stick than it is that they settle. And so when you look at coagulation, yes, and as a matter of fact, one of the big studies that's been going on the last few years is what happens in the jet exhaust as the particles travel downstream. What they're finding out in studies is that you might have a lot of particulate matter of the 2.5 micrometer size, but not the ultrafines. They kind of skip over and then they appear someplace else. So they don't behave the same as regular particles. So I hope that answers those questions.
And then, can I further real quick? The coagulation issue, does that? Yeah, my mic's on. Now my train of thought has been coagulated. So then, does that interfere with speciation if you have particle, an ultrafine from source X and one from source Y, and they coagulate? Is that complicate the process of trying to speciate the source of the fine particulates?
Yeah, because the morphology does change, but we know enough now to see how it does change and be able to start to track it back a little bit. That takes very sophisticated equipment, but and I'll be talking about that. Some of the really hard research going on right now is doing exactly that.
Great, thank you.
Good, thank you.
And Roger, one other thing that they asked was how far they can travel, or at least Diane was putting it out.
Since they almost never settle, they can travel long distances, but what happens is they react, as we're talking about, besides coagulation, they also react with other things, and they change into different things. For example, a lot of the sulfate particles are the ultrafines, and they'll collect hydrogen and water atoms, and they'll turn into sulfuric acid way downstream. But by that time, they start reacting with the radicals in the atmosphere and start to disappear. So they can be quite a bit downstream. Matter of fact, we'll see some measurements. They've measured them several kilometers away from the airport.
Okay. Thanks, Roger. Anything else? Okay. All right, well, now we're going to jump into the regulatory context of UFPs. So we'll start off in the United States. Under the authority of the Clean Air Act, the Environmental Protection Agency has established and enforces the national ambient air quality standards for 6 criteria pollutants to protect public health and the environment. The 6 criteria pollutants are listed on your screen here. Note there are 2 of particulate matter, one of 10 micron diameter, one of 2.5 micron diameter. It is very important when we're looking at these criteria pollutant to understand the dose, essentially. So what makes them, how to read the health-based standard. A dose is a combination of toxicity, which is your criteria pollutant, time, which is your averaging time, as well as the concentration, which is your level here. So it is a combination of all of those. For example, if you have a room full of carbon monoxide and you walk into a door and you walk out the other door, you're going to most likely be fine. If instead you walk into the door and you take a pillow and a blanket and you decide that you're going to take a 4-hour nap there, you're probably not going to be feeling as good. So all of those things matter when understanding your dosage. So when we get results from a study and are comparing it to any sort of standard or recommended standard, it's really important to understand all of these individual considerations. There are no regulatory thresholds or standards for UFPs in the United States. Okay. Looking more globally, the World Health Organization does recognize UFPs as an air pollutant of growing interest. In 2021, they released their Global Air Quality Guidelines. This is an update from the 2006 guidelines. In this report, they identified quantitative AQGs, or air quality guideline levels, for major air pollutants, including those that are on your screen right now. For those pollutants that did not have a body of epidemiological evidence sufficient enough to be able to identify an AQG, they provided qualitative good practices, and UFPs fall into that second category. I've summarized the good practices for UFPs on the right-hand side. They are to quantify UFPs by particle number concentration. We discussed this in the beginning. It's very difficult to measure them by mass, so we should be counting them when we measure. It is a good practice to expand monitoring to include UFP monitoring. There are no thresholds, so it simply provided considerations for what you may account for low versus high particle number count of UFPs, and also to continue to pay attention to emerging science and technology to better understand how to approach monitoring and managing UFPs. That's the World Health Organization. The European Union is looking to align with the WHO guidelines. So in 2024, they issued their Directive on Ambient Air Quality and Cleaner Air for Europe. The purpose of this report was to be able to align with the WHO goals and also to reduce air pollution so that the EU could meet its 2050 goal of zero pollution. It requires both the number and size distribution count for UFPs, but understanding that requirement is in your third bullet. Each EU member is required to establish at least one monitoring supersite. What is a supersite? A supersite is an air quality monitor, 1 per 10 million people, or if an EU member does not have 10 million people, or if it's smaller than 10,000 square kilometers, they are asked to establish this air quality monitoring in something that could be considered an urban area. In comparison, Pitkin County has about 18,000 residents and is about 2,500 square kilometers. So again, no regulatory, legally binding standards, but guidance from the European Union. Any questions on that? Okay, then I'm going to pass it over to Roger now.
So the question was asked earlier, do we see this as a project or a research? I have to tell you that most of my time has been as a university professor, and I always approach them as research, even to the chagrin of my bosses. But, and I've been called a little geeky. I prefer to think I have geeky habits. So, yeah, this is the way I just approach things. Next slide, please. So we're going to talk about the equipment. It's good to start with some important concepts so that we understand a little bit more why this equipment is and what it does. So as Jim has pointed out, the National Ambient Air Quality Standards are all mass-based. So what amount are you talking about in a volume of air? But the UFPs are so tiny amount of mass, that if you had a 1 nanometer particle, and it had the same density as a 2.5 micrometer particle, which is the lower standard you notice for particulate matter now, it would take over 15 billion of those small particles to add up to the same number of mass. We just can't measure that. That's well below our detection capabilities. So what we do is we measure UFPs by particle number. And this is the number of particles in a cubic centimeter to give us an idea of just how many are there. When we do that, total number gives us one thing, are they there? But the size ranges, which is a lot of the research does, gives us much more information because it allows us to now start making estimates, well, where did they come from? For example, jet aircraft particles are much smaller than from the diesel buses. So even though they're both ultrafines, one has a different size distribution than the other. So size ranges are important. And then finally, the chemical makeup, the morphology of the particulate matter is really important because it tells you more about where it came from and that toxicity that Jen pointed out about the dose. Some things aren't as toxic as others and not a bigger problem. Others are more toxic. So that chemical makeup is important not only for tracing where did it come from, but in order to get an idea of what its effects might be. And unfortunately right now, we don't have standards on the health effects. And while research is underway, it's probably going to be a while before that happens in the United States. Next slide, please. So what I did is I put together a little table. And you may want to take this home and read it. We don't have time to go through everything today, but I do want to hit some high points on this table. I want to look at the technique first. So here are the different techniques in the left-hand column of the common things that are out there to measure ultrafines. There are more, but these are the most common ones. The top one is a condensation particle counter, or a CPC. It has a pretty good size range. It can go from about 2 nanometers up to 1,000. High accuracy on count and very fast resolution, but the problem is it only gives you a number. Doesn't tell you any more than that about the particle. How many do you have in a cubic centimeter? If we look at a scanning mobility particle size, the next one down, this uses now electrical mobility to look at what's going on. And it has a very high accuracy. Matter of fact, they call this the gold standard for size distribution. So not only does it tell us how many, but it tells us what the sizes are as well. And then the DMA does the same thing. It actually is a little more precise on size classification because I can tell different size ranges and it'll hone in on those, and I can concentrate on different size ranges to help me figure out what's going on with that, where that particle come from. How old is it is another one, because we were talking about how they change in the atmosphere. A lot of the research is really strong research, takes these top three and combines them together in the research effort. In that combination, you can do many things, and we'll talk about purpose later, but it gives you a much better handle on what the particulate matter really is out there and where did it come from. Then you see others as well, and they're mainly here just so you can see there's the different kinds. For example, a diffusion charger is not as accurate. It gives you real-time results, however, and it's good for health effects. A lot of people in the health effects industry use that because of the outputs that you get. And then the reference method always is the scanning electron microscope. But, you know, that's so slow. You have to take a sample, take it to the lab, put it in the slide, get the microscope, and then put the little measurement thing beside it, find out what the size is. So although it gives you the absolute best results, it's not practical in the field. Next slide, please. Oh, any questions before I leave this slide, I guess, since there was so much on it.
Question. Is it possible to actually know the provenance of the particle from its size? Like, is a piece of particle off of a disc brake in a car a different size than the particle off of the jet engine? Is that how you can
yes,
differentiate?
Yes, much different. Matter of fact, even the particles that come out of the exhaust pipe of a diesel bus are much larger than what comes out of the back of a jet engine. They're all in the ultrafine range, don't get me wrong. It's just that some have a much smaller size range than others do. Jet engines are very efficient. They're made that way because it costs the airlines money if they don't burn the gas efficiently. So because of that, and because of all the energy, it makes really fine particles. And then coming out of the exhaust pipe, they're not even, all the ultrafines aren't there yet. They actually form, most of them, in the atmosphere after they get released, after the precursors get released from the engine.
So are you saying then that you can speciate based on particle size, or you can kind of generalize that speciation based on particle size? More than
That's
generalized.
a good way to put it. It's a general way to start to classify where they're coming from.
And then you can take further steps to actually speciate each particle kind of regardless or irregardless of size. That could
That's
be
correct.
a whole next process. Okay, great.
And in fact, we're going to have some examples from airports where we'll talk about that a little bit, what's really going on with research, how they're really trying to fingerprint where these emissions are coming from. And so you hit it right on the head. That's a very good way to put it.
Right, thank you.
So whenever you do a sampling study, there's practical considerations that have to be taken into account. The first one, of course, is mobility. Can you move it around? And its durability. Can it be left outside? How long? Most of these instruments have to have a shelter. If you see the little picture on the right, that's actually a shelter for ultrafine particle sampler at an airport. And so you have to have a condition-controlled environment for most of this equipment. There is one sampler out there that has its own, that does not need this, and it's being used quite a bit, and it has greater mobility. The problem with it is it only gives you particle number, it doesn't give you any other information. So to get that other information, you're going to need something like a shelter. Also, when you have that shelter, most of them are going to need some kind of line power to run off of. You could have a row of batteries, I guess, and an inverter and run off that, and particles of solar cells, but most of the time we just use line power because it's so much easier to do. There is another, as I said before, there is a sampler out there that's very mobile and durable, and it can run on batteries for a little less than a week, and then it's charged with solar cells. The problem, again, though, it only counts particle number. It doesn't give you anything else. It's a CDC, remember that last chart. Almost everything can be hooked to a data logger unit so that you can get your results either by on-site or remotely. So almost all of those do that now. Some are built in, some are not. Most of the fine samplers that we're talking about cost over $100,000. Prices are coming down, but the demand is so not great enough now to make them come down that great. So they're about $100,000, except for that one that we're talking about mobile that only does the particle count. And that's about $15,000 per unit. So next slide. So if you're going to develop a measurement program, you have to make some important decisions before you start planning that measurement program, because those decisions you make up front are going to control what you get out of your measurement program. So your purpose is going to drive the overall plan design. It's going to drive what equipment you use, how long you're out there, what the duration is, and how many locations you use. So if you want to look at just what might be at a particular airport at the end of the runway, that's pretty simple. You can put out a sampler and it'll tell you when the aircraft comes over how many particles you had in the count. If you want to know what that dose was over time, you're going to need something a little longer than that. And then if you want to try to look at what the distribution is in an area, you need even more. And then if you get into try to speciate and go back to where they came from, even more. So when you set up a measurement plan, these are going to be the driving forces. And a good point that I want to make in the third bullet, that if you pick your equipment first, that's going to drive the rest of it. You've already made decisions on what you're going to be able to do with that data. So while we haven't got a measurement program at Aspen yet, if and ever there is one, be very careful in your planning ahead of time.
Any
Next slide,
questions?
please.
Okay.
So let's look at a few case studies, and this will help us understand too, I think. So first I want to show that Europe is way ahead of us. They have more money they're putting into it. They have a lot of equipment. A lot of the equipment hasn't even made it to the United States that Europe has. And they have the WHO initiative as well as the European Union initiative going on. So some of the airports that you can see are Zurich and London, the three big ones, Gatwick, Stansted, Manchester, in Amsterdam, the Netherlands, the two big airports in Paris, Orly and Charles de Gaulle, Copenhagen, Helsinki, and then there's others to a smaller degree, and they're just starting to get started, so that list is going to expand. Also on the list, you see that it is a worldwide thing that's going on. So you see the Tokyo and Narita airport, and the Pearson and Trudeau airports in Canada as well. And then the United States, where are we? This is the next one. So there are some airports that have been doing sampling. LAX, when they started their apportionment study, they also put a component in for UFP. It wasn't well defined at the time, but they wanted to start looking at it. And that was back in the year 2013. And we went there as an EPA board to try to help them set up this apportionment study. And then the question of UFP had already started to happen. And so they looked at it a little bit. They used the CBC that gave them particle count. And then they also got particle size distribution out of the DC. To help them try to figure out where the particles are coming from, we can also look at other pollutants, and that gives us an idea of what it might have been a part of. So they looked at black carbon and nitrogen dioxide, because the nitrogen dioxide is the greatest pollutant coming out of the back of an aircraft. So it gives you an idea, are you near where that aircraft plume is going to be? And then the black carbon helped them a little bit, whether this was coming from traffic or whether it was coming from the jet. Atlanta, also in 2013, and actually by the same group that did LAX, did a similar study, and you can see they used the same equipment and looked at the same thing. The Seattle Tacoma Airport started in 2018 and 19. That has been extended in 2020, still going on a little bit. They started with CPCs, looking at count, and then went to SMPS so they could get size distribution, and also looked at the other particles that we saw, or the other pollutants that we saw before, black carbon, and this time carbon dioxide, because they were looking underneath the flight path, and the carbon dioxide then gave them kind of an idea how far away from in the plume they were from the aircraft. Because as the plume spreads out, a lot of carbon dioxide coming out of the back of the jet, and if you can figure out what that concentration is, since we know how much carbon dioxide is emitted from the jet, it kind of gives you an idea where you're at in that plume. And that's all depending on weather a lot, but this way it allows you to quantify it better. Boston Logan, they started way back in 2010. They've been going on and on and on. It's not continuous, but it's still going on. They also use particle count, CPC. At fewer locations, they're using sizing. So it'd be nice if they had sizing at all the stations, but that's only at, I think, 3 stations there. And they're scaling up and they keep adding CPC sites. I would like to see them add a few more DMA sites there as well. They're also monitoring other pollutants, though, to try to give them an idea of where the pollutants are coming from. Black carbon, all the NOxes, nitrogen oxide, nitrogen dioxide, the total NOx, and then sulfur dioxide. That's an important one because the sulfur in your fuel is going to create that. And if you have a bus, it's going to have a different sulfur content than the aircraft, and that gives you a better way to look at it and handle. This is one of those that you could smell that was, we've talked about it before too, SO2. And then the same group that's actually, one of the groups that's participating in Boston is also just starting at Dulles, and no results there really to say yet, except I'm sure they'll be taking the same equipment down and getting started down there. And that's Boston College, and John Levy, the professor there, is leading that effort. Any questions about the airports in the U.S. before I go on?
Question. Just regarding the sulfur dioxide, I guess they chose specifically because they were trying to isolate aircraft emissions? Is that correct?
Yeah, because they also have a big bus terminal right by the airport, and then they have all the bus routes. And they were trying to get a better handle on, was it coming from the buses or was it coming from the aircraft? So.
Great, thanks.
It was another way to try to get a handle, another way to have a tracer. And we're going to talk about a couple of airports that have gone even further yet, and how we're getting those tracers. If we could ever get a really good tracer, really good handle, that'd be great, because then you could specify, okay, these came from the aircraft and these did not. So we talked about CTAC doing a study. 2018-19 was when it kicked off. It's a hub airport, 8th busiest in the U.S. during that time period. So it is a major airport. And we were talking about how far away from the airport that you could see these UFPs. And they stay within 10 miles of the airport, but they were still getting some concentrations several miles from the airport. So it's that thing where they don't really settle, they just stick to things if they hit something. That's being done mostly by Washington State, University of Washington. As you said, it's been extended. They used a couple of fixed stations. In other words, the stations didn't move, but most of their work is done with driving around in a mobile station. Driving around has the benefit of being able to go different places and see what's going on, but it also has a tendency to rattle your equipment around and cause problems with the equipment too. So you have to be careful. It's kind of a trade-off no matter what you do. They, in their results, they found out that the roadway traffic and aircraft sources were giving them the most UFP, and the highest UFP counts, as you would expect, are when they're right near the major roadway, Interstate 5. The key differences that existed in the particle size distribution and that black carbon concentration was how they were trying to differentiate roadways and aircraft, as we talked before. Next slide. LAX. This one, of course, was an older study, but it was the second busiest airport at the time. It's a major hub, as we know, major airport. And so they were trying to figure out how many what was the UFP contribution at off-airport sources. They did fund the study, the LAX revenue funds came into play. It was pretty short term for UFPs, about 3 months. But they concentrated on the smaller ranges too, because they were concentrating on trying to get the aircraft ones. They didn't really want the bigger UFPs, they wanted those small ones from the aircraft. They set up monitoring stations, well, I say set up, near the airport they had fixed monitoring locations, and then they had mobile units, 1 to 5 kilometers, which they call near field, 5 to 10 kilometers midfield, and 10 to 16 kilometers, which they call far field. And they were able to see UFPs in the flight path. That's an important consideration. In the flight path out to that far field site. They found out that 8 to 10 kilometers, as you can see, from LAX in the flight path, the ultrafines were about 3 to 5 higher than crosswind or upwind sites, which they also had. So they took this to mean with and without aircraft. It's kind of hard in LAX to say with and without aircraft with all the activity you have there. And there's a refinery next door to the airport, as you know. So, this was part of their conclusions. So again, they tried to get the smaller aircraft, or smaller size distribution, so they could get the aircraft and differentiate from the vehicle emissions. And I took a quote out of their study. It says, in contrast to the UFP and vehicle emissions that might be composed of absorbed organic compounds, UFP associated with jet exhaust are dominated by sulfuric acid aerosol that is rapidly neutralized to relatively benign ammonia sulfate and increases in size due to absorption of water vapor. And this was a direct response to some of your questions about coagulation and how long do they stay in the atmosphere. They change, they react, they get bigger. So they don't just stay what they came out of the exhaust says, they're constantly changing. The other important thing there is notice that the sulfuric acid aerosol, again, a lot of airports are trying to use the sulfur component as another tracer. Next slide, please. Boston Logan, so 2025, it started the study. For the latest study, they had a lot of going on since 2010. It also was a hub, a very busy airport. And they looked just beneath the flight paths and near major roadways. So they were trying to find the magnitude and spatial distribution of the UFPs. And because of that, that's why they're doing just a lot of particle counts. What is the spatial distribution, not necessarily where it's coming from. And this is being done by Boston University, as I said earlier, ASCENT, which is a research group, and then the Women's Health Cost Share is also coming into play. So they're doing extended sampling locations to try to better understand the airport impact, and they're adding more and more locations because they find out that they need more and more to really find out what's happening and where it's going to and where it's coming from. And recently there's been a couple of papers that have come out about the particle count study, but the other one that's more in depth is still being worked on. And I think we'll see results on that very soon coming out of ASCENT. Next slide, yeah. And then the last one I saved is Zurich, not a US airport, but I thought this was very important. Zurich isn't that great an airport. It was among the top 17 back in 2022 when the study was done. But it still had considerable operations, still over 200,000 operations. So what they were trying to do is exactly what we were talking about, to characterize the source. Where did it come from? Did it come from the aircraft or others? And the Paul Scherrer Institute was doing this work, so it was all scientists doing this work. It was, again, short term, but it was for a specific purpose. And so they employed instrumentation exactly for that purpose and measured a lot of things besides ultrafines to get a handle on where it might be coming from. This was a direct prompt because they had done studies near a school that was north of Zurich Airport previously and found ultrafines there at the school, and they were a little concerned. And so this was a direct action to try to find out better where are those coming from. They were able to differentiate the volatile and non-volatile particulate matter. This is important. Non-volatile would be like your black carbon. It comes out of the exhaust, it's a solid particle, it stays that way. Volatile are the ones that grow, or actually form after it comes out of the exhaust and grow in the atmosphere and change in the atmosphere. They're like those hydrogen sulfide particles that now take on water vapor and start to turn into sulfuric acid. So they were able to look at both volatiles and non-volatiles, total count, and then they measured all those other pollutants as we talked about to give them a better handle of where it was coming from. And here's a very important conclusion, in my opinion. Jet engine lubrication oil compounds can serve as unique tracers for influence of aircraft emissions. While we don't really think about it. In the exhaust and out of the engine compartments, engine oil from jet aircraft is also emitted. And it mixes in that jet stream. So it has direct components that have been added into that oil that you can trace backwards. And so they're saying, okay, if we can get the morphology and look at what's really in that sample, then maybe we can trace it back to that lubrication oil and say, yes, this did come from the jet aircraft. Next slide, please. So mitigation is always important. And again, this is a relatively new field. We're still finding out things almost on a daily basis. But there are some ongoing strategies and there are some new strategies people are looking at. Next slide, please. So current examples would be increasing the uses of the synthetic aviation fuels. Those have very good burn tendencies, and there's no sulfur in it. Sometimes we'll add sulfur as a lubrication, but very, very low sulfur levels. And another one, of course, was then very, very low sulfur fuels. Another thing that's been looked at, was lucky enough to work with LAX on this one, is taking the diesel-powered equipment off, and they're electrifying their ground support equipment. Now, this is a small effect, and it's mainly right near the airport, but it is another thing that the airport can control, because the airport really doesn't have control on those aircraft, but it does have a lot of control on what happens at the airport. And then further electrification, gate electrification, we looked at LAX, for example, of the cargo jets will stay there all night long, and they'll run their little jet engine called an auxiliary power unit all night long, producing emissions, so they can keep the aircraft refrigerated or air conditioned and so on. But if they electrified those gates, they can plug in, they don't have to run those APUs, either at the gate or in those long haul overnight stays. Future possibilities we have out there, one of the things that's been talked about a lot, mainly among scientists, because it's going to be hard to get the public to do it, but the change in travel modes. For example, if you just had the large aircraft go to key airports, like a hub, and then you had spokes coming out of that airport, like high-speed rail that can be electrified, then you take the people to the big airport and they fly out of there. That's a long way out, but it is interesting and things have been looked at. Increased efficiency of jet engines. Again, this is going to be very, very small. FAA has said that most we could even hope is like 1 or 2%, because the jet engines are already very efficient if we use the same fuels. But we can change the fuel type. For example, if we were to go to hydrogen, and even with hydrogen, you might still have some things that happen, but it would not be anywhere near what the ultrafines that are out now that we see now. And then one thing we can always hope for is that the administrators will set up a national or state policy changes, and they'll have the foresight to see what might be best for us. I think that's the last slide. And I know I've droned on quite a bit. I hope I didn't bore you too much.
Well, that was great. Thank you. Just regarding the lubrications, were those ultrafine particles in the lubricants, or are the lubricants just tagging along in the plume as tracers that would indicate UFPs present from the aircraft?
Both.
Okay, so
mainly they were in the plume, but also some of those things break down and bind up with the other ultrafines, and you can see them in morphology. So it's both.
Got it. And it seems like some airports were less concerned about finding out the provenance of the UFP. They're just trying to measure how much in the vicinity of an airport, whether it was the highway or the airport. It didn't seem to matter as much. Others seem to be trying to parse that. Is that right?
That's very true.
Okay. If we were to...
Airports want to know how far the extent is, but we also want to find out, right, how much are people really being affected, and where did it come from? So those are two very different questions.
Great, thanks.
Francine and Ted.
Where else are UFPs assessed, and where else do they come from besides airports?
In nature, there's a few sources. Like if you're near the ocean, the salt spray will have a lot of ultrafine particles. In fact, I enjoyed this little study that was done on an island in the Pacific, where the ultrafines were about the same range as they were near an airport, a major airport. The difference is, of course, is one is the salt spray and the other is from a combustion source. So the toxicity changed, but the number count was very interesting. Also, very thin, small things like pollen, things that get down into that microscopic size range.
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
Can I tag on that? What about de-icing fluid?
De-icing fluid, Roger.
As in
I'm sorry?
de-icing fluid, which is at the end of our runway and adjacent to the highway.
Glycol.
I missed the question. I got the last part of it.
Are UFPs associated with glycol?
As in de-icing.
As in de-icing fluid, sorry. Yes.
Yeah. You know, I was lucky enough to do a study at Minneapolis for de-icing. And we didn't look for UFPs, but we looked at the range of where it goes. And it stayed within a few hundred meters of the aircraft. It never got further than that. So most of it settled out. Is it a possibility some of it became vaporized in UFPs? Yes, probably. Could be.
It's right there.
But unfortunately, we didn't look that far, and I don't know if anybody else really has either.
Interesting. The other question I have too, based on our weather conditions and the ability of UFPs to associate with water molecules, rain, snow. I know you have a lot of rain in Seattle, specifically Seattle, because I lived at the end of the runway in Seattle for only a year. Also on the ocean. Now I'm more worried about that probably than the airport. But yeah, and the other thing is the temperature range, to try and keep monitors functioning correctly when it's sub-freezing or colder. And I don't know if that comes into play. And altitude. Is there an issue with?
Let's see. Well, there were three questions there. The first one I remember is the freezing. And yes, the one that I said was portable and only gave you a particle count, but was mobile. Unfortunately, that catches the particles in water and then allows the particles to grow, and then it can see them with scanning optically. And in Boston, they were using a lot of them. And they tried putting heat tape on the outside of the case to try to keep it from freezing. But yeah, yes, temperature can really have an effect on certain things. Even other things like valves and switches and everything, you know, when it gets cold, it has a greater tendency. For the wet weather, if it rains really hard or snows really hard, we call that washout. And a lot of the particles will get picked up by the droplet or the flake and then settle out. So a lot of times the concentrations will go down. If it's just a very, very light, then that gives more water vapor in the air that can combine, and those particles grow more quickly then. And then there was a third question too.
Altitude.
Wind. I'm sorry.
No, I was talking altitude.
Altitude, Roger.
Altitude. That's a really good question. Well,
I knew I could find one in there.
One of the things is altitude changes the power settings for the aircraft when they take off, because you don't have the same lift as the density, and so you have to set your throttle a little higher. So that would probably have an effect there.
And
but on other things, I'm just not sure.
Yeah, and the
I
other part of
guesses, but that's what they would be.
right, the other part of the altitude is just the fact that we do have lower density oxygen in our air, and if that could be a conflicting issue also. Just food for thought in the future, because I have a feeling this is just the beginning of a long discussion.
So
A good start to the beginning.
Ted, and then I want to see if we can get a little board
Thanks.
direction as well.
Thank
you.
Thank you for this. It's been very helpful, and I appreciate the objective take. I feel like there's been a lack of that maybe in this conversation lately. Regarding mitigation strategies, and this could be for anyone. I'm not an HVAC expert, but if we're going to be doing a terminal redesign, are ultrafines of a size that can effectively be filtered so that air quality within a terminal, at least we can try to improve that for guests who are waiting, passengers that are arriving and departing. I'm just curious if some of these seem so small, I wonder if, MERV filters will work, or what do we know about that, if
They've
anything?
been using them in schools to try to bring it down, and they have seen results. But actually, the best way is by using electrostatic precipitators, not a filter. And then you charge the particles, and they migrate over to a collection plate, and you collect them there. That way you can get much smaller particles.
I'm curious if that's practical for terminal design.
I have one in my house.
Okay, yeah. Then I'd say yes.
Because of pollen.
Thank you.
Roger, with that, this is Kurt with Environmental Health. When you electrically or charge the atmosphere, though, don't we have other health concerns that you could be forming other chemicals out of that charge as well? I know we were looking at that with COVID, and it was undeterminable with some of the technologies there.
You can have ozone formation, as probably you well know.
Right.
Luckily for us, that ozone, though, is so reactive that it doesn't get very far away before it reacts. But you're right, it can.
So I want to see if I can bring the room back to sort of a basis of direction for the board, or a little direction of where do we go from here. And so I thought, for context, Title 10, the Home Rule Charter, as well as the FAA grants all speak to air quality. So all three documents. So specifically, Title 10 calls for a plan for compliance for the airport's management, environmental, and land use regulations, policies, and goals. All persons that are the airport must employ best environmental management practices at the airport. And I can go on. There's a bunch of paragraphs within Home Rule, within Title 10, as well as the FAA grants. The FAA grants specifically call out air and water quality standards and complying with air and water quality standards. So specifically in terms of direction and way forward, given you've put in front of us the WHO global air quality standards, wouldn't it behoove the board to move in a direction that would look to potentially the Airport Advisory Board to examine and move forward in terms of good practices for UFPs? Patty?
I think it's something we should look into, but I think there's other factors we need to look at the same time, such as the issues that have been brought up of where we're located, the conflicting possibility of sources, weather, equipment, cost. The cost was just kind of presented as a baseline for what the equipment costs. But then if we really wanted to get into the issue of speciation, et cetera, that's got to be a significant issue. And when do you capture your data? Is it a snapshot in time, or is it over long term? Then we have the conflicting issues of timing when our airport shuts down because of our curfew. I think it's well worth the time to have further discussion and look at what our opportunities might be, the pros and cons of how do we move forward, and do we move forward. But I think this is, again, a great start.
Francie?
This is a comment not directly related to what you said, but I just wanted to thank you for this presentation, because I didn't realize the bandwidth of the testing that we're doing. And I'm wondering, with that testing, since we're within compliance of FAA standards, whether there are any possible or ongoing ways to mitigate for the levels that we do demonstrate.
If there are mitigating strategies currently, yes, and something that I was remiss to say in the very beginning is all of this is really within context of the common ground goal to be able to reduce emissions at the airport by 30% for greenhouse gas emissions and other pollutants, and that covers everything. the mitigation strategies that we'll be recommending and that are currently being employed by the airport address all emissions. So whether it is electrification, reducing the amount of sulfur in your fuels, and becoming more energy efficient in general, is going to have an effect on all pollutants, whether it's
including UFPs.
Including
when
UFPs.
You clean up the air, you clean up the air.
Exactly. So if you conduct a study, let's say, and what is the ultimate result? The result is we have X number. What do we need to do? We need to mitigate. We need to reduce emissions. So that is, we showed that we have a emission reduction action plan that's coming out of this air quality program. That's something that we're already doing that's going to be addressing UFPs in addition to other pollutants.
Thank you.
Good question for Anthony.
Wrap up discussion with the board. Any further comments?
I think we schedule time in the future, not too far, distant future, to further some of the points were brought up here today, and what more do we need to do, what more should we be doing, and how do we do it?
Well, didn't we have a discussion about during our initial testing at the, towards the end of our closure, and then again after the airport reopens? Haven't we already had that discussion?
Well, I'm talking about, do we want to add UFP specifics into this?
I thought that was UFP specific.
We had discussed that if we were at the advisory board level to say start before we reopen with a longer closure and continue that monitoring after we open. That has been one option brought to the airport advisory board and discussed there. But again, some of this information hasn't been presented to the airport advisory board either. We've gone into great detail today that they haven't had yet either.
So a clarification for me, Francie, I'm looking at you, is did we specifically say we wanted to add UFP monitoring data collection into our already ongoing air monitoring program? And if I don't remember us giving, I think we wanted to talk about it more because we're concerned about what kind of equipment, where, when, and how to fund it.
Yeah, so the direction to date from the board and through the AAB is we're moving forward with the air quality plan. You all wanted this presentation, and then what is already being worked through the AAB subcommittee and the emissions group. There's been discussion about if you did want to do additional testing, then we would be coming back with additional quotes and what those dollars would look like. But I think we wanted to have this discussion with you all to see how the current program that we're already taking on is going to be informing a lot of the information. And I think, as Jen is saying, is going to be starting to capture some of the UFPs as well as many other emissions. So as of right now, the direction from there has been no other direction other than what we have been doing already.
And I do recall that part of that conversation was about giving the science of measuring and monitoring and possibly mitigating UFPs, that we might wait a bit to see if the testing becomes more
Affordable.
specialized or efficient, and if the FAA starts setting some standards so that we can compare what our numbers are with what the standards are. So I thought we were kind of talking about waiting a little bit before we took any further action while we're waiting for the airport closure to see what develops. If I'm not mistaken, I thought that was part of the conversation.
Yeah, correct.
And can I add one more thing, because I know we have time, looking at time here. Looking at who funded these other projects that are going on around the country, this might be a great opportunity to look at some kind of research, either institution or organization, who might be interested in doing something that's kind of new thinking, high altitude weather, proximity issues, rural communities, not urban with mega millions of people in square miles, but that might be a great opportunity for a way to help fund. Just food for thought, since we're so good into looking at opportunities for funding.
Wrap-up comments, air quality.
Just quickly, thank you for this. This has been really good, and I appreciate everyone's comments here today. Two things concern me. One is UFPs have kind of come on to our attention, and the community attention have been really driven into the community attention as a crisis, maybe with a certain novelty. But I'd love to just ask Roger or your team here, how long have humans been creating UFPs, and how long has this been a problem?
I am absolutely going to pass this to Dr. Roger Wason. I would say since the beginning of eternity, but that's just my guess. But Roger, are you still on the line?
Okay.
I am.
Okay.
And ever since there's been combustion sources, we've had UFPs. It's just that we're getting more and more of those sources, and they're being distributed to greater and greater locations.
Right, thank you. My
So
next,
it's-
for you, the next question, thanks for that, is it's been going on since the Industrial Revolution, so this isn't new. The next question would be, is there enough data out there that we could actually model what our UFP circumstances might be? The measuring seems to be fraught with peril and expensive. Could we model a UFP environment here and learn enough about to help us move forward in managing and mitigating in the future?
The FAA cooperates with ICAO, the international board. Aircraft standards are set internationally, not in the United States, right, because they cross the international border. And Working Group 3 has been working really hard to try to answer that exact question. And they've got a fair handle now on the the non-volatile ultrafines, because those come out of the exhaust pipe, and we've been able to go out and measure in a lot of locations what that is. But the ones that form in the atmosphere, the non-volatiles, they're meeting this week, as a matter of fact, in Europe to try to take that further on. So we're not quite there yet. We're getting there, but it might give you a general idea, but it can't give you an absolute idea.
Great, thank you for that. My suggestion to this board would be, let's wait before we invest in really super expensive measurement, because I'm not sure it will tell us anything. But I do want to pay attention to this and keep following through, and I think we're going to learn from best practices over the next decade about how to mitigate this. And as we move toward 2050, that'll be essential. So I don't want to lose sight of it, but I also don't want to throw a ton of money at something which really doesn't seem to have any sort of benefit.
Yeah, I don't want to put money over health, protecting public health, but I think if we put money into the programs we're already looking at implementing for air quality in general, again, we are going to be helping to mitigate ultrafine particles.
Kurt, closing comments.
Thank you, Jeffrey. I think, with the data that we saw that was presented, and you did a great job with that, thank you. I think there are challenges, and I think that's the problem, and we don't have enough answers yet. So I think, as staff, we're thinking about it's something we need to keep our eye on. We need to promote. Patty, to your comment, I think this is something that we should be taking to the state health department. I know the EPA is not in a great position right now, but either way, I still think it's something that we should be taking to them because it needs further study, right? I think we don't have a method that we're to actually do that, and the method in which you get to a data point or result is just as important as the result itself. So standardizing that is important. So we'll produce data, but it may not be apples to apples when we actually do. Hopefully, if there's a need to get a standard, we have a standard, right? Obviously, we don't have a health standard, so even if we have data, how are we going to talk about what that means? And that's a very important thing for us. It's, differentiating between the highway and the airport. Those are important things as well, because we don't want to pull on one string if we think there's a problem when it's really the other. And I think all of those things are going to take us time to figure out how to differentiate and do a good job and do the right thing.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Jen. Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Diane.
Thank you.
We're going to take a 60-second stretch as we switch to the...
I don't know. It's a techno group, so maybe a longer delay. And
You need some time.
We're going to show you guys that we don't.
I was saying it nicer than that.
Maybe. Probably just jinxed it.
Yeah, we probably did.
It's getting a cramp in my
60 seconds,
leg.
do I have time?
You better hustle.
So
Better
guys,
hustle.
it's a 5-minute stretch.
Oh, I've got my iced coffee right
Oh,
now.
yeah.
I don't have to go anywhere.
That was really good. I guess the timing was pretty ideal. Could have been earlier, but I'm glad we.
Yeah. No, that's good.
I believe that I'm all in on.
Just think how we feel on the other side of it.
Thank you, Kim. Good afternoon. It is Tuesday, June the 9th. It is 2:18. We have the IT department update. And thank you. Why is that funny?
What's so funny?
IT.
Oh. So,
Heard that one before.
I haven't heard that one.
I haven't heard it.
Slow.
I apologize.
He likes to shorten things as much as possible.
Or lengthen them as much as
Shorten
possible.
Yeah.
We appreciate that there were no errors in your presentation, even though it used AI or I.
Or are there? Great. Well, thank you for having us. We are here today, like other departments who have come across this table, to provide a department update. We really wanted to be able to present, who are the people that are doing the work behind the scenes that maybe you haven't met yet. Next slide, please. So the purpose of today's update is to do just that, introduce staff, including those from the 3 pillars that make up our department. So we have IT operations, if you will, and that's Andrew's team, and we'll get into that momentarily. We have our GIS team, so Geographic Information Systems team, and that's led by Tyler over here. And then we have our help desk and network administration team, which is Iron Edge, formerly ProVelocity. They are a third party, and we have those folks here as well today. And so each group will take their turn coming up to the table to talk to you a little bit more. But anyways, that's the first part, to introduce staff. We're also going to provide an overview of what it is that we do, what are our core services, and then truly just be able to showcase what are our key priorities, what's some emerging technology, AI obviously being a big one, and just allow this to be interactive, ask questions, allow us to provide information, excuse me. All right, next one. So who are we? This is just a general org chart with a yearbook spin on it. We've got some pictures up there so you know who's who. But again, as I alluded to, as each team presents with our slides, you'll be able to meet them and hear a little bit about them. So I won't do too much information on this. All right, so that brings us into the general operations, if you will. And I would like our folks, Jeremy and Spas, to come on up to the table. And Tyler, I may need, I don't know if there's enough chairs.
This is all free. These seats are open, so you guys can.
Perfect, thank you so much. Okay, all right, so with that being said, introduce yourself and the team, Andrew.
Awesome, thanks Carrie. So Andrew Shoemaker, IT manager here for Pitkin County. Been with the county 8 or 9 years now, and I actually started on the GIS team, and then about 2 years ago took a promotion to become the manager over on the IT side of the house. So the infographic that we have on the screen in front of you is really designed to lay out the core functions that my team provides, the services that we support the organization with. So I'll start with our top banner there, then I'll give our analysts a chance to introduce themselves, and then we'll dive into more of the details on the lower parts of the page. But essentially a large part of our day is devoted to supporting staff. As we see technology integrate into more and more workflows within the county, across the 40-something departments that we support, we get a lot of requests from end user training for specific software applications, all the way to hardware troubleshooting with laptop issues, difficulties with hardware like microphones for virtual meetings, as well as just how to interact with some of our conference rooms, some of the infrastructure that we provide to the organization. So the BoCC chambers in here, this is one of our largest AV pillars that we support, but we also have conference rooms throughout the different buildings, not only here but throughout the valley that the county relies on. We also handle all of our purchasing, lifecycle management for our computers, laptops, cell phones, things like that, and then provide ongoing training to staff, whether that's for turnover, for new processes, or just finding efficiencies to make everybody's lives a little bit easier. So with that high-level introduction, I'd like to flip it over to Spas first, one of our IT analysts.
Before you go, I just want to say that for myself, I think this is true for all of us. When you're in the room, you're like, yes.
Oh,
thank
that's
you.
awesome
Thank
to
you
hear.
So much.
Or when he's in the hallway, or when he's out front of the building.
Yeah. You're kind of our hero.
Well, I have a whole team behind me supporting me.
Yes, you do. We appreciate them all.
They say the same thing about you too, by the way.
Good afternoon. It's interesting to be on the right side of the table for once. My name is Spas Angelo. I'm an IT analyst under Andrew. You all know me from my moderation role, which Abby is completing today. But I do a lot of work behind the scenes as well. I work on a lot of our enterprise applications. I'm an administrator and a support specialist for those. So that's, any Munis problems that you have, I'm one of the few people that respond to that email and help work out any kinks. I also support Cartograph, which is our asset management system that is used by Road and Bridge, facilities, OST, to keep track of our county assets. I've also done, application work, releasing applications for the landfill, their accounting side, and provide continued ongoing support for those as well. Another one of my primary roles is I work as an integration developer. A lot of that time, that means getting two systems to talk to each other with code. Typically, that's Munis on one end and then some other software on the other end. These can be as simple as just providing reports out to the departments that are very useful, such as, HR compensation reports or anything that finance might need. They're on a per request basis. These integrations can get quite complex. They also handle applications such as our talking to our benefits providers, so making sure that that data is clean, eliminates the manual entry and possible human error that can go along with having a human enter that data. Those are just some internal examples. I've also done integrations for external public-facing applications. A couple of examples of that. One is the OSPRCam. That's not too much of an integration, but still service to the public that we provide. And then the other is work with the sheriff's office that connects to an online payment portal to allow people to pay their traffic violations online.
So you work 24/7 to get all this done?
But I have a question. Kara may tell me it's too personal, but is it Greek?
It's Bulgarian.
I'm like, it's such a cool name.
Does she know who your mom is?
My mom also works for the county. She is in finance, Daniela.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I think somebody told me that. But yeah, then I think it's got to be Greek. I thought it was more Greek, but I was kind of close.
They're adjacent.
Well, it's really cool to hear about all the things you do besides take care of us. It's amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
This room is a priority, but there is a whole lot else happening behind the scenes.
Now comes to the troublemaker over here.
I'm the troublemaker.
So am I, so we're equal.
Well, yeah, we share a birthday.
Yes, we do.
So I'll actually be coming up on my 9 years with the county. I actually started on my birthday almost 9 years ago in July. I actually worked for Pitkin County's ComDev department for the first little over year. So I was part of that team that helped lift up SagesGov, their permit tracking software, and I am one of the support points for that software. But I also help out with civic clerk agenda management, which I think is maybe what Patty was alluding to. The Pitkin County website, Civic Plus, Monday.com, which is our agenda management and project management software. DocuSign, and SagesGov Analytics, and then the Healthy Community Fund software. I know that's actually coming up for the grant cycle next week, but I helped lift up that software as well, and am the technical support for that as well.
And you're a runner.
And I am a runner as well, yeah, and I have a race this weekend.
Good luck.
So thanks, yeah.
Thanks, Jeremy. And we do have one other member of our team, a third IT analyst, who is out at a conference this week, so she wasn't able to attend. But I do want to speak a little bit about some of the work that she's been putting effort into recently. The two main things I want to highlight is, one, the process improvement side of our department. So our onboarding process and change management process for users has been a pain point for a while now. We've worked with HR to polish it a little bit in the past, but as we've introduced new software tools along the way, we're identifying additional opportunities for improvement there. So we're looking at revamping the whole onboarding process for staff, and then that will piggyback into offboarding and change management. A second big project I want to highlight that Michaela's been working on is our desk reservation software called Skeda. So as you guys may know, we've been rearranging some of the office space across the county, trying to find more efficiency and increase density in some office spaces. So we've been supporting those projects from a hardware side, making sure we've got workstations and all the things for a staff member to dock into when they show up to work. But also the software side, how we are reserving those spaces, how we're communicating internally about what's available, what resources staff have to use for their work days. So that's been rolled out at the administration building, and we're working on rolling it out at other locations across the valley.
Thank you. Thanks, Andrew.
For sure.
And she was the best and brightest.
That is true.
She was
That is
best.
true. She
Yes.
started with the county as a best and brightest intern, and then we stole her from the manager's office. Mikella is also another familiar face you guys will see sitting in this room as the moderation support that we provide for these large public meetings.
That's what that job is, moderation supporter?
Yep, meeting moderation.
Okay.
And we also live vicariously through Mikella and her adventures. She goes out all the time.
Yes.
She likes to travel.
She does, and we appreciate that.
For sure.
Did you want to add anything before I jump in?
I was just going, well, you can keep going. I just wanted to make sure that we touched upon the life cycle of our projects. So.
Totally. So as we jump into the rest of the infographic here, as I think it was called out earlier in the conversation, this graphic was generated with the help of AI. So we put our own information in there about the applications and the work that we do, but we used it to draft a nice cohesive presentation. That way we didn't have to tie up our artist Jeremy for a couple days to draft it all out.
It's really interesting because when I saw that, I went, wow, this is really sophisticated graphics.
Awesome. Then
Really
we must be
impressed
using
by
it right. So we will get to AI on the next slide. I just want to touch on some of the other key areas where we operate. So as I mentioned, every software application that is used across the county for either internal or public-facing operations is an area where the IT analyst's time is devoted. So that's selecting the correct software, defining the requirements of what that we need that tool to do, soliciting feedback from the key players, kind of in a project management role for this software implementation lifecycle, and then deploying the software, working out all the kinks, and providing that training material to the end users. So as we can see in this application lifecycle graphic, at the end of, after we go live and we've put that tool in staff's hands and they're receiving the value out of it, we don't just walk away. We still have ongoing needs for patching that software, for supporting version upgrades, and implementing new innovative processes within there. So every time that we deploy a new software application across the county, we do lose part of an FTE to supporting that software. And so the reason we wanted to bring up some of the numbers here, how many vendors we support, how many applications we support, is just to highlight the scale of that demand on our team. So we are looking for ways to be innovative, to look for new technologies. We are in Aspen, Pitkin County. We want to be the best and brightest. We want to be forward thinking and innovative, so we're always looking for opportunities to do that, but we know how important the foundational work that we do as a team is, and the county operations need to continue moving on as we look to those new shiny tools. So as I mentioned, we deal with some hardware, we deal with some software, we deal with a lot of process improvements, and kind of touch every department across the organization.
Yeah.
Anything you guys wanted to add there?
Can I ask a
go
question,
for it.
Andrew, about, I think I brought this up once before, but sometimes, like particularly with our emails, AI pops up and does little summarizing for us, or ask questions about whether we want to respond or whether we want to save this to the cloud, and all kinds of fairly invasive messages from AI. And if that happens and we're on the county system, are we then making our internal communications available to the public through AI?
That's a great question. So, and I'll just jump to the next slide as well. We do have a slide dedicated to AI. There is a real risk with what you're describing there. So we have transparency mechanisms like the Colorado Open Records Act that allow the public to receive transparent information from the government. We do still want to control how that information is disseminated. So there is still a risk of all of our information popping up uncontrolled into a tool, into an AI tool. So define the landscape a little bit, that's where IT comes in. That's where staff is looking to us to provide a safe sandbox where we can leverage the value of that technology while having the guardrails in place to protect that information. So that it is an area where we are have a heightened sense of security and attention to what are we telling staff of how to use that technology. So jumping ahead a little bit, what is IT working on in the AI space? So Gemini is a product you guys may have heard of. It's Google's AI offering. It's an enterprise AI tool, meaning it touches email, calendar, Google Drive, all of the different applications within the Google suite. And from a cost-effective perspective, that is the best tool for us to push out right now, both from a cost and a security perspective. Because of the work that we've already done to secure our Google tenant, to make it HIPAA compliant, we believe that we can roll out that technology to staff in that safe sandbox, and then we can leverage the value out of it without some of that risk. Today, you are able to connect third-party AI tools into your email, and that's where IT's stance on AI is not now, not yet. Let's walk slowly. Let's try some things out. Let's fail forward, but let's not let the whole cat out of the bag in one shot until we know exactly what we're trying to do with that.
So if I'm working on my personal computer and I happen to email Kara or something, I do have that AI interference in my personal computer. Is there something I should be doing to not transfer from my system into the Pitkin County system?
That's a great question. I'm a little bit surprised that it's popping up if you're logged into your county email address. So my thought would be to...
when I'm not. When I'm on my personal computer,
email.
like I may be communicating personally with Kara, but
Gotcha.
but maybe at her Pitkin County address. Or
That's a great point. I mean, email in general is not a secure communication tool, so there is always a risk of the privacy side of things on that. But it's a great point that I'll look into as far as where is that overlap between personal devices, personal accounts, and how could that technology start showing up in areas where we don't expect it. Because at this time, we have not turned on Gemini for the broad organization.
Okay.
So we have controlled it in that sense where we are slowly rolling out
I
that
didn't turn it on
functionality.
either.
Yep.
And I don't know how to turn it off.
Yep.
But is it true for our phones as well?
Phones is a great question as well. So lots of AI tools can be loaded onto applications within your phone, which opens up that risk I was describing, where you are essentially making that bridge between a tool we may or may not trust and the data that we want to protect. The one exception is built into your iPhone is Apple Intelligence, and that's another company where we've read through the privacy policies, the end user agreements, and we do have Apple Intelligence available on our county cell phones today.
So it is summarizing text for me sometimes.
Yep.
I certainly didn't ask it to, nor do I know how to ask it not to.
Gotcha.
But I do communicate with all of us sometimes on my private phone. So should I not?
I think regardless of, the use of AI or not, the biggest piece to consider is Cora, right? Because if somebody were to ask for records that pertain to work-related matters, my understanding is that could be taken off of a personal or a county device, as long as it has to do with public information. So to us, it goes back to our policy, managing risk, being thoughtful with what you're discussing, because, right, it's kind of like the news headline: if you don't want it printed, don't say it or don't email it. So regardless of AI, I think that's just the stance that we really want to hone in on, especially with our employees, is just being very thoughtful in how you're engaging with these tools.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. Any other questions? And I just wanted to go back to the IT operations slide, just because we still have Jeremy and Spaz up here. Were there any other questions for the rest of the team, just in regards to what we presented on this one?
Sure, I'd love to just open up the meeting and audio visual support. I don't think it's an IT problem, but I think we have a connectivity problem with working with grassroots and the way we broadcast shows. I'd say, and this doesn't just happen at the county, it happens in all my meetings pretty much, where we spend the first 10 minutes or so of the meeting trying to figure out how to get everything to work. We do it whether we're trying to get on a Zoom call in the board meeting upstairs or at the RAFTA meeting, whatever. It's just like, this is the biggest challenge we face. Are we reaching a point where we could streamline the system we have now in this room and for broadcasting from this room, or cable casting, whatever you call it these days? Where are we on the spectrum? Are we 10 years behind or 5 years behind, or is this the state of the art where we spend a lot of frustrating time trying to figure out what's wrong and why doesn't it work? And, it's complicated. I understand that.
Yeah, I can speak to that a little bit, Greg. And it's a great question because at the end of the day, our job, our goal is to streamline that experience so that the technology in the room, the software that we're using to run the meeting is not a hindrance to the work that you're actually trying to do in that meeting. So within this space specifically, we are at a point where we are on aging technology, and we are in the process of compiling an RFP to go out to redesign the AV equipment in this room. The biggest technological shift that occurred, because AV equipment does last 10 plus years, it has a long life cycle, but in 2020 you may recall the whole world got tipped up on its head. We used to have people walk in here and just talk through their presentations or have physical pieces of paper they would share, and those would become part of the public record by the cameras that are in the room. Once we introduced the virtual meeting component, it really changed the whole goal of what we were trying to accomplish. It added a lot of complexity, especially on the audio side of things, how to take that virtual audio and integrate it into the existing system that we had. So what we're looking at with our modernization, with our upgrades and our RFP process there, is what technology exists, how has the industry evolved to support this new world, this new workflow. So we are looking into that. I don't have the answers today, but the goal is to make it that streamlined experience with the hybrid world as seamless as being in person.
Well, I appreciate that, because if you were to calculate the cost of the time wasted or lost, it's pretty expensive, I'd say.
100%.
Thanks.
I would add in, especially as it relates to board meetings, I think one of the components, and we've revisited this with the board over time since 2020, and maybe there's an opportunity to revisit it again, is I think one of the challenges too is we're keeping on to old practices and trying to add modern practices into it, right? And so I'll just say we are still piping live on broadcast TV, and we still, prior conversations with the board was how we use the cameras and what does that shot and view look like in the room. I think that there are efficiencies to be gained that are IT efficiencies, but there are policies and expectations that I think also are part of that conversation. And so that is something I'm hoping to work with Andrew and to bring back of, are there opportunities to revisit some so we can really optimize the technology that's out there?
And that'll require working with grassroots and their technology.
And you all about your expectations too.
I did speak to John Masters yesterday, Greg, about grassroots, and we had a conversation about it, and he's on it now.
So I guess if I could, last question would be, how well do you work with grassroots? Because I'm sure there's it's like 2 foreign countries at times, right?
It is 2 totally distinct operations. Our role within the production are very different, but I view it as a partnership. Our team is not equipped to broadcast to live TV, so to Kara's point, so long as that remains a requirement, that is not something that we've considered bringing in-house. So it's really more of an interface of making sure that the hardware that we put in this room matches the hardware that they need to perform that function that we ask them for.
Got it. I think that sounds great. I would just suggest that you look at the ability to have one entity doing it all.
Yep.
I'm not sure what that looks like. It may not mean cable TV anymore. It may mean webcasts and that's it. But just thinking that's an option to look at going forward.
I think it's an option for the board to discuss, because we haven't really discussed that yet.
Totally.
Thanks.
Yes.
I'm enjoying this conversation.
Yes, we will pick up the pace.
That's our fault.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thanks for
guys.
that. Thanks, Andrew. You're doing a
Thanks,
great
guys.
job. I understand
Thank
the
you.
challenges.
Bring them
We
up.
didn't get the distance of the race. What are you running?
I know, one sits on one side of the room, one sits on the other.
Just an easy 50K.
Up and over a mountain?
All right, just remember, red means on. All right, so we have our GIS team, and Tyler Lambeth, our GIS manager, will kick things off.
All right, guys. Thanks for having us today. It's really nice to be down here and talk in person and see faces, and also for you guys to just get to know this team a little bit more. When I started with the county 23 years ago,
It's been that long?
yeah, it has been. People would always ask, what does GIS mean? What is? Hasn't the map already been created, and isn't it done? Aren't you done with what you need to do? 23 years of mapping Base Village, all of the glacier trails, all of the conservation easements, all of the looking at validating voters, whether they are registered voters or not registered, putting drones up in the air, mapping our landfill, our volumes of product at the landfill. It changes a lot. For those of you that have been around the valley for a long time, have seen things change quite a lot. And with that there's land records that come with that. There's addressing that needs to be validated, created. And basically anything that all of our customers across this whole campus and this whole building, they like to see a spatial location of data. So being able to bring data from a spreadsheet that's kind of hard to analyze and actually bring it into a visual world where now we can plan the future, where we can actually see gaps from maybe mistakes or misinformation from the past and help correct planners, transportation specialists, everything. I've seen a new grass fire pop up north of Rudai. We are all part of the ESF5 team, and we do respond and support Chris in a manner that does help tell the story of what's going on out there, what needs to be, where are things at, what needs to happen, who needs to be told what to do. So with that, I wanted to just kind of give the team an opportunity to just share a little bit more about what they do on a day-to-day basis. And this will basically, they'll talk about supporting everybody, all the departments throughout the county. They'll also talk about supporting all of our customers that live here, that fly here, that visit here, and also a lot of the different players out there that are wanting to use GIS data in their products to help the county in whatever project it is. Airport modernization, just tell one.
Minor project.
Minor, yeah, just a small one. So I want to introduce Michelle. She is the address coordinator of the county, and you all have probably seen a few things come with address challenges lately. So I'll let you speak to addressing success and challenges.
Okay. Yep, my name is Michelle Steinberg. I am a GIS analyst. I've been with the county for 5 years, and I was an IT person for quite a while, since
Is it on?
I have to actually turn it on. All right.
Good.
That's right. Well, the people online can't hear me if I'm not talking with the mic. I didn't, when I worked at the state, actually the state had a very rudimentary GIS department, and I wasn't part of it. I didn't even really know what GIS was. It's like I hired here, and I was like, oh, I'm on the GIS team now. Cool. But I'm primarily, I am definitely building my GIS skills, but I'm the administrative face for the address coordinator, which you as the board mandate our team to be the address ordinance for the county. And if it's not obvious, why is addressing in GIS? Well, addressing by definition is a spatial feature, spatial data. And having it in a central location serves the entire county. our address data layer, which has more than 10,000 addresses in it currently, is also made up with the road layer, and then we usually we also help manage some like the boundaries and parcel information, which are used to connect that information into these various departments, like Sages for community development, Cartograph for the road and bridge, and the open space and trails people, and having that central database in one place that's managed by people who are experts in that data management is not only smart, but it's a very efficient way to manage that data. Some of the very important parts of the addressing is helping the public service and emergency response people have a consistent locatable point for people, and so we use addressing for that. But it's also used, as Tyler mentioned, for verifying voter registration addresses, making sure that people are registering at a residential address, and also providing community development with information, and that's a very important point. One of the major things that I work on right now is we had an integration with the dispatch team. They did a data analysis with the Geocom team, which is a third-party spatial and analytical company that kind of identified several dozen addresses that are high-risk addresses that need to be looked at as we move into the next generation 911 address compliance or suggestions. And so I've been working on that in earnest, chasing down some of those high-risk addresses, and a couple of relevant examples of that, which Kara is aware of, and you may have been informed as well, as there's currently 2 appeals that are coming to the county management from homeowners based on some decisions that we made to change addresses to make them compliant. And non-conforming addresses include things like duplicate addresses, non-addressed structures that are occupied, mismatch addressing where the street address might not match the road that it's coming from, things like that, or multiple homes on an unnamed road. And those are often the ones that are the big pain point for a variety of reasons. But essentially, when people ask me what I do for a living, I say I change people's addresses for a living.
Just to confuse
kind of the
them.
negative part of it in a way, but it's also a tremendous opportunity to get to know the county and build soft skills and build relationships with people. So I think I've talked enough already. Do you have any other questions about addressing?
We do. We've got a couple questions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I figured you did.
Patty and then Francis.
Yeah, so I noticed on some of our upcoming applications, land use, to be determined for the address. So you have a parcel that's going to be subdivided. How do you, we don't want to go to what Grand Junction does. I live at 21 1/4 Street. We don't want to go there. Yeah. So how do you do that without telling the next door neighbor? You got to change everything in your life to a new address,
right?
And keep them happy at the same time.
Yes. Well, when there's a parcel division, it kind of depends on what the as-is situation is. If it's a completely vacant lot that does not have a historically assigned address to it, then we have a blank slate, and that's the best case scenario.
It's like a space reserved kind of thing for it.
Yeah. Well, the county in our ordinance that you
blame it on
support
us.
it.
It's okay.
Yep. No, all of that you put in place, which is also because it gives a lot of boundaries and helps us with the enforcement. We don't normally address vacant lots. So if we know that something, we did have one very recently where there was some addressing that was already on the parcel, and they knew that they wanted to divide it, and so it was kind of a to be determined TBD situation, and we did an estimate of that, but I did not give them even a provisional address because we wanted to wait until the parcel information had been updated, and we we don't send the address out into the world until we have a driveway and all of that kind of stuff figured out. But we can do like a provisional address, so community development can have something in their system to use that, and that's usually just our best estimate. It's usually the address that gets assigned, but you know, sometimes that stuff has to change or information changes and then oops, we have to change it. But we do the best we can to try to, you know, get that all figured out beforehand.
Good luck.
Does that answer that
And
question?
I would say, Patty, it's more of an art than a
I was gonna
science.
say, yeah.
Each certain case is unique.
Of course, it's Pitkin County.
Of course.
Yeah. Thank you.
Nancy.
We were able to choose our address in 2001. They said,
Sometimes
"Well,
that's
what
possible.
would you like your address to be?" And we said, "Oh, how about 303?" You know, it's like there just weren't enough houses up there. Numbers weren't taken, I guess. And
Right, and we don't use a grid system in general. We have a range, and I try to help involve the homeowners with that process as much as possible. And if we can, give them a range. We do.
I see.
It has to be odd, or it has to be even, or it's going to be, you know, this number or this number. And sometimes they can choose their road name too. You know, that's also in conjunction with the people who help advise that dispatch and things like that. But yeah, we try to include them in that process as much as possible. It makes it easier.
Well, I do have a question. What makes an address high risk?
Oh, that's the high risk things is right now we have one of the appeals is for an address that is a historical address. It's been there for a long time, but we didn't really have as much knowledge of it or whatever. But anyways, it's an old address on a road that no longer exists, even in the county, unincorporated Pitkin County, and they're still using the address. It's the only one that's on a road, and it's within the town of Basalt. And dispatch cannot find them.
Oh, I see. That's what makes it
The
high risk.
responders cannot find them,
okay.
and we have some other ones where there's a data mismatch where they have a conforming street number, but the name of the street in the address field is different than the road that is accessed that road. So it has to be updated, but technically that ends up being an updated address to the homeowner because they're not addressed from the road that they have access.
We used to
from.
have a lot of them in the county.
Well, GPS couldn't find our place for a while. I don't know whether that was because our address was new or I don't know. But
Yeah.
You didn't want to be found.
Yeah, that too.
Well, and we have, like I said, more than 10,000 addresses in our database, and I think the percentage it's above 96% perfection. So it's just a few dozen addresses that are these pain points. They're very painful for the homeowners, but I think it's amazing that we have such a high level of good
didn't used
data
to be that way
in the address
50 years.
database. So it's not like there's going to be 1,500 coming through. There's only going to be like maybe 15, you know, if for these challenging things. So
I had no idea we had a department about addresses.
yeah, well, that's pretty much my full job right now.
I know.
But yeah.
That's why these things are really good
Yep,
for us.
yep.
Tanner.
So my name's Tanner Pfeiffer. I am also a GIS analyst. I've been with the county for coming up on 3.5 years now. In addition to our core departmental support, which Lauren will talk more to, and maintaining our flagship Pitkin Maps and More product, which you may be familiar with, I have a key role in our UAS program. UAS stands for Unmanned Aircraft Systems, more commonly known as Adjourn. The UAS program consists of 5 team members. We provide support to multiple county departments. We support operations including aerial mapping, virtual site visits for things such as conservation easement applications, which you all have maybe been exposed to. We do asset inspection, we do agricultural surveys, and as requested projects. We maintain 6 aircrafts, 4 of which are operational mission aircrafts. 2 of them are training. This allows us to efficiently respond to requests as they come in and maintain our piloting skill set. Currently, we are working with the Solid Waste Center to help them capture accurate measurements of their material stockpiles so they can track their inventory over time. Occasionally they'll have issues with their scales on conveyor belts and things of that matter, so they call us up to come in and fly and make sure their equipment's right and make sure that they have a good idea of how much product they have. And ultimately, the goal of the program is to provide timely, highly accurate spatial data to support county operations.
Wow. I didn't know that either.
And I can jump in to round us out. Oh, thank you. My name is Lauren Ussery, and I've been with the county for 4 years. I, too, am a GIS analyst. I was just going to speak to a little bit about the departmental support that we offer, as well as our enterprise system. So we take a lot of pride in all of the different data layers that we have to offer, as Michelle had alluded to, and we provide those as services in a variety of different ways. So we have about 140 different data layers, ranging from parcels, addressing, trails, to aerial imagery and wildlife hazards, FEMA floodplain delineations, and so much more. And all of those can be viewed and interacted with in what Tanner mentioned, our flagship product, the Pitkin Maps and More site. There's 2 flavors of that, the portal and the ComDev edition, and they each have some different data layers in there depending on what the end user is looking for, but ultimately captures a really wide breadth of data layers to interact with and really see what's going on in the county. One of our strategic goals for this year is modernizing that application and bringing it to a more, a more modernized platform. And we're going to be leveraging our enterprise system to really create a better an end result. Sorry, I'm a little nervous because I'm normally behind the scenes on things. But like creating better tools for the end user and really curating some out-of-the-box applications like the property reports, which are already available, creating mailing label lists, exporting maps, and some other functions. In addition to that, internally, our services are consumed in a variety of different applications like Sages for validating permit submittals and making sure the location is correct, to the NG911 data model for dispatches CAD system. And then also involved in that service is our Open Data Hub, which any person in the public or internally can go in and download the raw data in any data format that they're looking for, whether that's to be in Excel, in a GIS product, Google Earth, et cetera. And that's also another strategic goal for this year, is really revamping that site and creating some more applications to help end users really refine the data that they're looking to download and use. On the departmental support side of things, we offer a variety of different data services, from transforming a spreadsheet to a spatial location or a spatial data repository, as Tyler had mentioned, doing geospatial analysis and creating applications to help users really visualize that data and interact with it, as well as creating the classic physical map product, whether that's a wall map or something that you have printed out in front of you. The last time that I was sitting at this table was for the BoCC boundary redistricting that I was helping the clerk and recorder with a few years ago, which was a big project. But most currently, some of the things we are working on are the generation of a new data set, being the units. We are looking to have a unique data point for every unit in the county, which is a pretty substantial undertaking. This will benefit a variety of different departments from dispatch, so that they can route to, or have more granular routing to multi-unit complexes, in Sages for permit submittals at the unit level, the clerk and recorder for geo-validating their voter roll with that unit location, amongst a variety of other applications for that data. I have a lot of other projects that I was going to mention, and I realize I've been talking for a little too long, but Yeah, ultimately we do work with a variety of different departments to really, and we're very dynamic in that we never know what that request is going to be, but we're always looking for solutions to really bring that data to life, whether that's in a dashboard or a wall map or a new layer to be presented on maps and more for the public to really use and be involved with. So, yeah, it's hard to condense it, but.
Francie.
I have a couple of questions. Thank you all. This is really interesting to me. So when you're looking at units, is that drone generated data? So you're kind of like spying on us to see what buildings we have?
We are not currently using drones to look at that data. On the note of aerial imagery, in 2025 we captured, or we have a new aerial acquisition. In the urban areas, it's 3-inch resolution, and in unincorporated, it's 6-inch. So that's pretty exciting, although we're not currently using that for the incorporation of units. We're really looking at the parcel data and extracting information from that data source.
Okay. And do you offer tutorials?
We do offer tutorials. I mean, we can. We're happy to share any and all information.
I would really like to have a tutorial on how to deal with the maps. I've tried on my own, and I don't do very well.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
I love maps, but I just can't figure out the different layers and how to access things. And
yeah.
So I would love to set up a tutorial with you.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're really hoping to try to solve solve that problem in the next iteration of Maps and More, because right now it is kind of a behemoth of a map, and we're really looking to make it a better end product.
Great.
So
Thank you.
Happy to help.
Thanks.
Yeah, Francie, that's a good segue to somebody approached me at the grocery store, God only knows where, about having a program where we offer, say, a $50 gift card at City Market to bring people in from the outside to, like, review or try and get into or out of either our current systems, applications, or new ones as they evolve. Because I'm hearing from the public, it's really difficult for a non-user to figure out how to use so many of our systems. And so a way to get people, not staff and not the experts in the industries, but people just walk around day-to-day kind of people and say, we're going to do come play on our computer day, and we're going to give you a $50 gift card at someplace. And then assign them to get in and out of a system and see how it really works for the common person user. Because you guys are good at it, but there's a lot of people, I'm not looking directly at Francie, who are not good at some of the systems. And that would be a great way to see how we're providing these services for the public. The public needs to know how to use the services. And I thought it was a pretty cool idea. Food for thought. Another project for you're too busy. We're looking at, or ComDev could help with that too, since she's sitting over there at the table.
Well, I'm thinking, they have GIS Day pretty commonly, and that's both internal and externally available. So maybe we just need to ramp up advertising to get some of these folks.
And get people who don't usually use the system, who might not ever use it again, but see if they can at least get in and out of it.
Exactly. Just use some basic things, pull addresses, whatever the case may be.
And we also try and do a lot of these old YouTube videos on how to do these things, and maybe they could be updated.
Yeah, especially since people who don't know how to use YouTube videos.
I know. Yep.
The only ones I know is my daughter's and mine that's got 1,500,000 hits. I'll tell you about it.
One probably belated thank you, but since everyone's here,
this is great.
Thank you for all the work on public lands. So you are a huge part, I'm assuming this is the entire team at the table, a huge part of the mapping that we did in 2025 to rezone all the public lands. So I know you were all behind the scenes on that project, and thank you. So it was a massive effort. So I think we led, of 64 counties, we led the state in terms of that rezoning, and you were a huge part of that. And the second thing is, I think relative to, I'll pick on Garfield and Eagle for a minute. I think Pitkin's extremely easy to use and download, whether it's a shapefile or a DWG, at the parcel level, which is what most people care about. I can't think of another county, I mean, certainly within the valley, that is as easier or simpler to use for, you know, the architecture, engineering, and construction community. So thank you. I know you want to do better, but you're pretty damn good right now. So, yeah, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
So we have one more group.
Now
don't
we've
we?
got Donna. We've got Donna Summer.
I know. That's
She's
too
important.
funny.
I saved that.
And troops.
We're allowed.
Rescue lady.
We're allowed one musical reference and one movie reference at every meeting.
All right, gang, just make sure that's red. Okay. All right, so the last pillar that makes up our department, we would be lost without. This is Iron Edge Group, some of the folks that sit on site, as well as Travis, who visits us monthly, thankfully. And then he'll describe that there's an entire team that surrounds us that's virtual. So without further ado, Travis.
Lucky me. Nice to meet you all. My name's Travis Liggett. I've been with Pro Velocity. And
I'm sorry, we got to stop. We got to reboot.
All right.
That was really good.
Francie.
You know when the thing sign shows up on your computer, it says, you know, you put it off for 240 minutes?
Yeah.
That was, everyone else got it. Sorry.
So where's Levi? We just cut Levi out of time today.
You got the time down perfect.
Sorry, Levi.
So, like Carrie said, we have a team behind us. Besides the folks that you have here, we have a security team, we have our help desk team, we have an internal tools team, all working off of tickets, phone calls, emails. We also have the new Andy that we use, AI. So we're also using AI stuff as well. Our phone system is set up for AI, but we're not currently using it. So kind of probably a blessing for some, but it's interesting to see how the world's evolving that way for sure. As you'll see, that last year we did around a little over 7,000 tickets. That includes security tickets, notifications from your SIM product, which monitors your network and seeing who's trying to penetrate your network, as well as servers are getting full or equipment's offline, stuff like that.
Just to correct you, when I scraped this, that 7,000 actually didn't even include those. I took it out.
Oh.
So that number is higher. Thanks, Andrew. That number is actually higher. That 7,000 is just made up of the information there. So it just goes to show how many tickets this team truly deals with.
Yep.
I'm some of them.
I'm the majority of them. Right, Donna?
I doubt that. There's definitely some high volume people, but it's not anybody in here, I'm sure. And you also notice the amount of equipment that you have here on site. Large number for this organization. It's definitely grown since I first started, and Donna, definitely since you've started. But it's an evolving environment for sure. Let Donna and Summer and Tony introduce themselves and let you know what they do.
I am Donna Jensen, and I've been with Iron Edge for about 11 years, but I've really been with the county for about 35 years. So, because I was with the City and County IT, and then when they separated, I went to Iron Edge or Pro Velocity. So, and I'm sure, and I have worked with every one of you.
Multiple times.
At some time. But what we do is we troubleshoot and we resolve technical issues, diagnose problems with computers and software applications. We do employee onboarding, offboarding, create accounts with permissions. We configure computers, cell phones, provide support, communicate with, customers. We document everything so that the next person doesn't have to reinvent everything. We also, if it gets too complex, there is a team behind us where we can escalate, to a higher level of support. So that's kind of a basic of what we do.
Thanks, Donna.
Well, it's really appreciated.
Thanks.
Hello, nice to meet you all. I'm one of the newest additions. Sorry, my name is Summer Tayo. I'm one of the newest additions to Iron Edge. So I've only been here for like 6 months, very brief. But within those 6 months, it's been a big learning journey of Pitkin and learning how to support you all. And one of the biggest things that within the 6 months that I've contributed to, and one of the highlights is within the past year or so, there's been a lot of network changes in terms of like upgrading the county's infrastructure, is documentation. Within the 6 months, I've been doing a lot of documentation, both internally, to help our team learn how to support you guys a lot better in terms of, resolving issues better, knowing what is what. So that's kind of been my big contribution. But, besides helping, answer general questions, day-to-day things, that's kind of what me and Donna are here for. Just people who come in, need, like a phone charger or just have general questions about the technology and the tools that we use or that, y'all use. We're here to help, and that's what we do.
Thanks so much. And Tony.
Hi, my name is, it's on red. My name's Tony May, and I work out this place called the airport. Are you familiar
We don't know
with the
anything
airport?
about it.
So I get to watch you guys on TV a lot because it's a hot topic out on the screens there when you guys are active and busy. And I support the AAB when we have the meetings there, and it's exciting. We have our own AV challenges as well that you're speaking about. So aging product, lots of challenges out there. So, looking at the airport just at a glance, we've got really two locations. We got the terminal and the AOC of the firehouse. So great group of people that work there. There's I think around 36 ops that Diane has and 10 plus ARF. So we've got 11 secure data storage rooms where we have equipment. There's 2 different fiber networks out there, 20 Cisco switches, and with all this work that's been happening, a lot of it's getting more complicated with this new format that we're going to. Something that I've seen for the past 20 years, so it's nothing new. We've got 18 access points out there. There's about 25 servers that live out at the AOC, 52 computers. We've got 105 cameras out there that run off some storage that we keep on site. And all the operations guys really know how to scrape through that data, and they use it every day. So it's a critical thing that TSA or the FAA says, hey, we need you to look at this right now. So that has to be online all the time. So we've got the Keen's crash phone system key, looking at how we evolve that. So we've got weather, runway, glycol, watching passengers, HVAC. That's a big thorn in my side right now to get that fixed because you can't have people hot under the collar, if you know what I mean. And we've got the Secure and the whole milestone access. We've got Channel 8 out there, so we broadcast that out to everyone. We've got 30 new types of flight information displays so you can see who's arriving and who's going. We have a new company. I've had to go in and work on installing that all. So that's been a big fun challenge. We've got a Valcom PA and announcement system. So you get all those announcements out there. This last week was Fire Week, so we had that going. And it's just little things like that. We got 3 PBXs that tie into that, integrate that. Airlines use that, and Pitkin County uses that, ACRA. So I'm the airport IT liaison for the airlines. We got those folks. They're out and about all over this Southwest, and they really need some help sometimes. So I lend them a hand. We've got the vendors there, Jedediah's. We've got the Hertz, Avis, all the car companies. we've got just a lot. The Pitkin County is just we manage all the tickets coming through there. TSA and the FAA, they have their requirements. So I visit those folks quite a bit. I visit them today. So at the AOC, we have all the architects and the engineering that's happening right now, and lots of questions come my way. What do we do? You know, they have these kind of catch-all design factors that help them understand, you know, where are things going to fall through. So awesome, you know, you got GR there and the whole crew, right? So so bottom line, I enjoy. This is the funnest job I've ever had.
And we pay you.
And I get paid. So a lot of stuff. So, you know, coming back to Donna, and I work for Donna, really. She says, go to HHS today, and I'm like, shh. I'm there. So I help support HHS and seniors and on that end of town. A lot of stuff that I'm doing is really out of my bandwidth, but my past experience is very extensive. From not to get into it right now, but I have a lot of fun in this area. I live up in Newcastle, but I'm an assistant ski coach here at the high school for Alpine, and I'm an adaptive skier coach. And wow. So, I mean, it's just a great group of people here. I love it. So I appreciate the opportunity to work for you. So
thank you. Thank you for working for us.
Thank you. Any
I have
questions?
a question now, real quick.
Yes.
What is a Cisco switch?
Well, we are using one vendor, the Cisco company, and the switch helps where we plug all the wires into for wireless, for broadcasting out to the internet, getting all information around securely and efficiently. And so it really comes up when you look at having the same system for everyone in the county. And when you think about critical systems like dispatch, the airport, downtown, GIS, it's just a wonderful way to spend your money.
So do we use Cisco switches in all other departments? We kind of, because I always see Cisco, they're the guys that deliver food to the restaurant.
Exactly. Spelled different way.
Cisco switch?
It tastes different too.
It's a huge company too, though.
You know, I think the easiest way to understand it is the best way that Travis described it to me. And think of it like a postal service. So in our data center, we have core switches. So think of that as like the hub where all of the mail goes. Then what we have are distribution switches that break off of that. So think of that as like the Grand Junction or the Denver or what have you. Off of those distribution switches, you have your access layer. That's what the computer plugs into, for your phones, smaller devices to get that to work. So you would think of that as like your local post office, whether that be, here right in Aspen, where I am in Edwards. That analogy makes sense to me, and I hope that helps frame our network as a whole.
I just was more curious as to the name Cisco.
Yeah.
That's the brand name. We try and be compatible with all of our switches by having that same brand throughout the county, which makes good sense.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Closing comments.
Thank you for your time, truly. What a great opportunity to share what we do and who we are. So I appreciate the time.
Fantastic to meet all of you people and
it's so cool.
See what you do. It's amazing how much you do.
Yeah.
I just love these where you guys come in and we get to talk to you. It's really great.
Thank you.
It's so much better than trying to fit you in with budget. So we meet you and then we don't have any time for budget, or we do budget and we don't have time to meet you. So this is great. Thank you.
Right.
Thanks, Kara.
Yes, thank you. It's wonderful to be here at the dais with you. So.
You weren't even nervous. There's a little more nervous.
I'm used to the dais.
Thank you very much again.
Thanks. Likewise. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
There's a fire in South Canyon and I-70 is closed. So if you guys are going west.
In South Canyon?
I-70 is closed. Fire.
South Canyon?
South Canyon.
I can get through the canyon, right?
Yeah.
You could go, you're going the other way.
So grassroots, we're moving on to graduated income tax, transportation funding, robbing Peter to pay for roads and bridges.
That was great. I'm really glad we do this for the different departments.
I want to go out and fly drones with these guys.
I know.
When
I
can we
want to
do
fly
a drone,
helicopter.
a
I'm
drone
skipping
flight?
the drones. Hi, Levi.
I'll try to get you back on schedule.
I'd love to.
We appreciate you being here. Thanks, and apologies for our tardiness. We had to talk about nanos.
No worries. I didn't know most of that stuff.
Oh, and for those of you that are subscribing to Watch Duty, you get the instant note that there's a fire. So if you haven't subscribed to Watch Duty, this is the advertisement that we are now in Stage 1 fire restrictions in Pitkin County as of tomorrow at noon, but the public announcement just went out.
It just went out? So the Forest Service approved it?
The Forest Service did not. So, and I think at open discussion, we will bring in either Chris Breitbart or Parker Lathrop or Alex.
There will be someone here to talk about fire restrictions during the first.
Jennifer, what are you
I don't
doing?
know what's going on with the Zoom screen, but I don't want to distract you guys either, so I'll just try to toggle.
That's great.
Do
Levi, the
full screen or something?
I think it's on this computer. The Zoom.
So in software, we call that reduced precision. Levi, the floor is yours.
Bring that team back in.
Yeah.
And probably not even up the stairs yet. Levi Borst, management analyst with Pitkin County. Been here 17 years. And happy to be here for a quick legislative session recap with the board about not only the position bills we took positions on, but some of our member organizations. And then wanted to give the board a quick overview of some ballot initiatives that are currently in the works to see if the board wants any more information or presentation materials on any of those. So I know you're behind, I'll just jump in. So the session opened on January 14th and closed on May 13th. We had 714 pieces of legislation. Some of those are resolutions, and a lot of them are also bills and proposed pieces of legislative change. And as of today, 437 have been signed and 13 vetoed. Of course, that's not everything, so there are still some out there pending the governor's pen, and we'll see how that all shakes out. As for recent and upcoming events, Jeffrey, Ted, and I were at CCI last week for their summer conference, which I thought was pretty well done. Oh, and Kelly was there. Sorry, Kelly. And then, let's see, starting tomorrow is CC4CA's annual meeting, and I'll be leaving for that in the morning. Then something we'll talk about if we get to it at the end are CCI and CCAT's legislative concepts or legislative proposals. They each call them kind of something different. So if the board has any issues we'd like to raise, that will be our deadline. And then on July 30th and 31st is the CCAT summer meeting, during which we hope to kind of discuss some of those legislative concepts and figure out where we want CCI or CCAT to land in terms of CCAT-led legislative proposals. August 20th is our CCI Mountain District meeting in Lake County, to be determined exactly where that is, but I think Lake County volunteered last week to host, so we'll go there. And then shortly thereafter, we should have a discussion with CCI about introducing and, lobbying for our legislative proposals to get CCI to pick any of those up if we want to try that.
I would just throw out there, if the board wants to meet with Lake, we talked about, I think, in 2025 meeting with Lake County, it might be a good time, given we already have 3 people on the other side of the pass. 8:20, we may look to do a board meeting with Lake County, given we already have 2 board members and a legislative analyst over in Lake County. So we could, the CCI meeting is only a couple hours, so it might actually behoove us to do a joint meeting that day with Lake County.
What about the rest of us who aren't on the other side of the
My
mountain?
point is, half of us are already over. What if we actually consolidated and had 2 meetings in one day?
What day are we looking at?
August 20th.
August 20th?
I'm
Okay,
throwing
it
that out
doesn't
there to
really
the
matter
county
when my
manager, the
schedule is,
deputy
so-
county manager, that maybe that would be a good way to schedule rather than going back and forth twice, since half of us are already over there. Thank you.
Then we've got CAST being hosted in Carbondale at the end of August, and then finally the MT 2030 in Sun Valley in October. I will skip the bill trackers. You all have heard me babble about those.
Yes, please.
As a brief recap of some of the bills that Pitkin County took formal positions on this year, I don't know if we need to go through any of these line by line, but if the board has any questions about any of these, I'm happy to answer as best I can. Obviously, 1430 and 29 were late adds at the end of session, specifically with Prop 175 and then the Human Services cohort redistricting conversation. And I'm trying to think if there are any other high points. I think we offered testimony on 4 different pieces of legislation this year. From here, wildlife collision, modification of county elected officers, and then on the next page,
Transportation funding and homeowners insurance.
Homeowners insurance and
5, and modify wildfire, so that's 5 bills.
5 bills. But I thought we did really well. I noted 18 active positions because I left monitor off of sort of the success or not success metric here. So, did it just black out on your screen also? Anyway.
No, you got it.
Just this one.
15 wins, 3 losses, and by loss I just mean we either support and it failed or we opposed and it passed. I think they were all support and failed. I don't know that we opposed any that passed. Right. So CCI took a lot more positions than just their priority bills, but I wanted to list their tier 1 priority bills and how they did. I started through the list of all of their tier 2 and tier 3, and I deleted all those. There's just too much there. So there's nothing really earth-shattering. I remember as CCI developed their 2026 legislative priorities, we thought they were all pretty good spaces for CCI to engage, so there wasn't anything in here that was really earth-shattering for us. I think one victory was the local government methane emission regulations, and we took a position on that also, but this was a great way to open up some funding sources for landfill methane compliance with part of the regulation that came out, 87, I think it was, 31. Aside from that, not really anything too earth-shattering there. If there are any questions, please just shout at me.
Thanks.
Right. CCAT, similarly, I only listed their tier 1 top priority bills here. They took a ton of positions as well. I think as we look through this, there's nothing that was in opposition or outside of any positions that we took.
I can't stop it. Stop. What's she doing?
Oh, actually, I guess I want to go back.
Can we get the IT team in here?
Are you playing
Got it.
video games over there?
Oh, come on. Okay, sorry. Sorry.
So CCI took 92 active positions with 64 wins. I wrote partial win there in terms of if they were seeking multiple amendments and got 1 or 2, but not all of them, or if they stayed in amend and the bill passed or failed, it's not really a complete win or a complete loss, obviously. So I list those as partial wins, which is kind of convoluted, but it's the easiest way for me to break those up. And CCAT, similarly, 34 wins, 4 partial wins, and 9 losses.
I have a question. Were all the ones that passed, the bills, all not specific to CCAT or signed by the governor?
Not yet. I think he's still got 30 days from the end of session to finish signing.
Which should
But-
be next week.
But if he doesn't sign, then they become law. So he doesn't have to sign them. He can
Can he
either.
veto them?
He can still veto those.
Yeah, well, we just never know what might come out of the governor's office.
It's hard to predict.
Mhm.
I think, if I remember right, the Colorado legislature typically passes somewhere around 70% of the introduced bills, give or take. 60s,
interesting.
high 60s to low 70s. Sounds right.
One of the highest percentages in the nation.
That's, yeah, I was gonna say, that's pretty high.
We introduce very good legislation that should be passed.
I'm not quite sure, but maybe.
I felt that eye roll from here. CC4CA only really had two prime legislative priorities: the PUC reauthorization, which passed, and then data center regulation and incentives. And I think these taught us a lot about what we're going to see next year. I would assume we'll see data centers come back in some similar yet different enough fashion to try to get some sort of incentive structure tied with environmental guardrails and regulations, but obviously I don't have any more details about that yet. And CC4CA took 46 active bill positions, 34 wins and 5 losses. Given the way the session started, I think we all feel really good about our success rate in terms of how we advocated and what kind of success rates we had. Ballot initiatives. I put a list of all these in your packet, but if you have any questions about anything that you read, I think I can probably high level answer them, or if there are things that intrigued you more from that list, I'm definitely happy to put together one-pagers of any of these ballot initiatives to bring back if the board wants to take a position on any of those.
Could you just talk for 1 second about 95?
Yes, that would require any local law enforcement arrest of somebody who's not documented. They would be required to report that arrest and that person to the federal immigration authorities.
Who brought that? Who's bringing that forward?
Oh, I wasn't ready for that question. I can get back to you on that.
I mean, I would look to the board, but I would look to track and add graduated income tax. And I'll probably turn on my mic when I say the rest of the sentence.
It's on the next page.
Oh, sorry. It
Yep.
looked like I saw the ellipsis, and that was it.
Oh, no. So I just, in sequence, the first 5 that you see there have already gone through the signature line review, and they will be on the ballot in November. Signature line review, they claim to have all the signatures they need, and they're being reviewed for accuracy. And so Prop 175 is in all probability going to be on the ballot.
I think we heard today that it would be. We heard this morning
anything
from the
there we
we heard
support?
this morning from the governor's office that it would be.
That the proponents decided not to pull it.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I guess unless something radical changes between now and a week and a half from now, we should see that one. Of course, the board's seen some information on that, but we can definitely add it to the list. And approved for circulation. So these folks are out gathering their signatures now. I was in Denver this weekend, and they're out. There are people with booths set up, hassling you, asking for you to sign to get their measure on the ballot.
Advocating, not hassling. Just
That's
get
kind of how it felt.
There's a line that gets crossed.
Other congressional redistricting?
So 195 is very interesting. I'm happy to add that to a tracking list.
I would encourage the board to look at 195.
What does it look like?
I mean, the real question for the state of Colorado is how do we actually solve a fiscal crisis that appears every year when more of our income tax is going to healthcare and schools. It does not leave enough money to do anything else. So, for example, if we want to be leading edge in terms of technology, much like we are in the Roaring Fork Valley, could we do something a larger scale than just enterprise funds? And so the way a lot of these initiatives, initiatives, wrong word, a lot of the way these, the bills are being funded is through enterprise funds. Enterprise funds are limited to $20 million a year, over 5 years, $100 million. So if we're really going to be a leader on any other front outside of large healthcare expenses and schools, possibly a graduated income tax is a way to grow faster than what we're currently doing under Tabor, which is basically population plus
What does the graduation
inflation.
look like, though? What is it? Do you know what its actual specifics are?
I've got a
There-
chart.
There is, I was going to say, there's a
I've got a
table,
chart.
there's a table in the actual initiative.
Okay.
Yeah.
For the vast majority of people in the state,
Unchanged.
it would go down or stay unchanged, and then for the highest earners, it would go up slightly. And I think the net revenue is projected to be like $2 billion, something like that.
That would help.
So that would restore a lot of the funding that we have come up short in the last few sessions and special sessions in terms of our budget.
Yeah, because it feels like the beginning of the session, you're immediately speaking with the JBC about, can you do anything? And so this session of your 700 plus bills, if it had a fiscal statement, it basically didn't move forward. The bills that move forward were going into enterprise funds, so they're looking to charge fees. In some cases, they were carving out fees that were already being collected or opt-in fees. And so there are ways of, I don't want to say circumnavigating Tabor, but they were creative ways to come up with funding. But again, even on the Hale bill that we sponsored, it's only $20 million a year. So is that 6,000 roofs in a population of 6 million? We're not solving the problem $20 million at a time.
Any other that are interesting that I should add to a list to come back with more information? Francie, I can get you that information. I just don't remember.
So can you tell me in plain language what 234 means?
I think the way it was written was that all ballot language for voter-approved initiatives should be written at an 8th grade reading level.
Male or female?
I don't, that might have been Michael Fields. You might have to ask him.
I mean, the 8th grade reading level.
Maybe the average?
Francie knows what I mean.
I know you're right.
Can we throw it back to you? Are there any bills or initiatives that you believe the board should be interested in and we should be tracking?
I think graduated income tax, I agree with that. Income tax rate cap is kind of the rebuttal to that. So that's a Michael Field saying that,
Right.
Business and individual income tax is capped at 4.4. So those two kind of go hand in hand. And if I
So we should add both.
I think we should have both.
Thank you.
I think 95 from a values perspective is interesting.
Right.
And then 175.
And obviously 175
Yeah,
we're
we
already.
got that one.
And I know the board talked about this at a prior. I think my suggestion would be I think we can start circulating some information to all of you, like some of these have fiscal impacts we can share. My recommendation or suggestion would be coming back to you once we know what's being finalized on the ballot, and then have a work session, probably identifying all through those and see where the board wants to sit on, passing any resolutions for, against, or staying neutral on. So we can work on what those deadlines are and come back as they're finalized.
Yeah, and just for the board, we were requested through CCAT to develop the potential loss from Prop 175 to Pitkin County, and as well as for 1430.
Yep.
And so that work's being conducted on behalf of Pitkin County. It's similar to work being done in other counties. So again, we can have a more informed debate over that bill and that initiative.
I think Jefferson developed a preliminary analysis of that, and then through CCAT, we're kind of developing the parameters of how we want to all present that information the same way. So more to come with that.
Right to natural gas, that jumps out to me, of course. I would propose that we would oppose that.
95?
177.
I think the ballot language is like 2 sentences, and it says something about consumers have the right to purchase natural gas for energy and heating of their homes, and producers have the right to sell natural gas. Something like that. But it's a constitutional change, probably aimed at a lot of local governments' electrification efforts to limit natural gas.
Perhaps, yeah. I didn't know it was that simple, but I think it's worth investigating and taking a stand on, because it could actually hinder electrification efforts.
Did Gunnison pass like a ban on all new buildings, natural gas, a couple of years ago?
Telluride did.
Crested Butte did, right?
Was
I think
it
it's
just
being
Crested
legally.
Butte? It wasn't Gunnison?
It might be legally challenged.
Maybe that's where it's coming from.
I think that's up for further discussion with the board, whether or not we take a stand as a board to oppose.
Yeah, agreed. Something to look at.
Make sure it's on the list. I think within the next couple weeks, we'll know what's going to be on the ballot, because the signature line review has to be completed June 20th, June 25th, something like
towards
that.
the end of June.
One more list of approved for circulation.
Colorado independence? Does that mean
that's
we become a new country?
Yeah, secession. It's a really fun read.
I thought, is this the joke page?
Not at all. And 288 and 289 are brought forward by the same people. And it was a name I didn't
Which two?
recognize. 287, 288, and 289. Like the People's Republic of Colorado. It's some kind of a secession thing. It's pretty fun.
Can we secede from that?
People we want to go get a beer with, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. You'll get a moonshine with them.
At that old bar that used to be in Rifle.
Shooters.
So, anything else, Ledge update?
The only last nugget that I have is a super fast 26-27 budget update. Estimates were $1 to $1.5 billion short this year, and the JBC budgeted to the $1 billion number. So hopefully we're optimistic that that will be the actual number. If not, we'll have a hole before we even get to next year's hole. We've got that to look forward to.
Prior proper planning.
And you can, just a super high level overview of where the costs were cut to balance that budget. Medicare provider rates, lowering the reserve, cash fund transfers, and agency cuts, roughly $1 billion.
Just to add,
Given that shortfall, we certainly wouldn't want to reconsider Tabor.
so, and one of the pieces that will impact this room, for example, DOLA presented, and rather than having 3 rounds of $25 million in grants that would be distributed to regions like this, they have $15 million total. The other $65 million was swept directly back into the state coffers. So that's what we're going to start to feel across the board, that slide. So, and that was directly from Eric and DOLA.
And then finally, I would just leave in the board's minds to think about legislative issues. We, in the past, have talked about real estate transfer fee and/or tax. And we've also talked about some mobile home deadline date extensions as the board has been approached for funding. On a few different mobile home park purchases, I think the time frames for matching offers is still really tight. And a lot of folks struggle to incorporate and elect a board and then fundraise and then get financing and all that stuff within those deadlines. So that was another idea that came from Ashley Pearl and her team. And then, of course, any other ideas the board has or leadership has or anybody else, we can talk about that a few weeks from now. But just to plant the seed that we're thirsty for ideas, so
Cool.
So have ideas.
And then for the county manager's office at the beginning, when you were getting beverages, we tossed out the idea of meeting August 20th with Lake County, as 3 folks are already in Lake County.
Well, we need to make sure Lake County can meet that day and that we can be accommodated somewhere.
I had that same question. We're trying to get that scheduled, so.
Anything else?
No,
So
sir.
Levi. Enjoy CC4CA. Happy anniversary.
Oh, it's not until December, but I felt like I needed to say it.
Are you leaving today?
Tomorrow morning.
Yeah, have fun. Tell them
Well-
I'm sorry I'm not there.
Will do.
Thanks, Levi.
Within like 4 minutes,
you.
getting you back on schedule.
So
Well
good.
done.
Hi, Connie.
A little perspective that the cost of Colorado's budget deficit is less than a day's Iran war cost.
And it'd be much
And it's a
less.
fraction of Bill Gates's money.
After what just happened over there, it's gonna be costing us even more.
What?
See, what happened over there today or last night, it's gonna cost us even more.
Yeah.
Snacks? Are you going for snacks? Really?
I'll get you guys some.
I've already had ice cream.
I could do snacks.
Espresso? Oh. A cortado?
Jeff is virtual. Fires all day today.
Yeah.
One in South Canyon?
South Canyon, and there's one up by Thomasville.
There's one by Thomasville? Really?
In Eagle County, but yeah, it's up to 15 acres now. A couple structures threatened.
Over the pass or on this side?
North of Rudai. Yeah, it's in Eagle County.
On our side or over the hill?
No,
Sylvan
it's towards
Lake?
Lime Creek. It's in that about a mile from Lime Creek.
Oh, wow. That's right, it's on this side.
Yeah.
It's on this side in Eagle
And
County.
it's near Thomasville. It's right near Lime Creek, right? That's not very far from Thomasville.
Relatively. Luckily, Thomasville is west of it, so hopefully.
And the wind's blowing that way.
Yes.
There was that burn up there a few years ago too.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
And they did a mitigation, they did some logging, they did a lot up there.
Well, hopefully those guys signed up for alerts last night.
Connie, the table's yours.
Okay, good afternoon. We're here to present the second quarter supplemental requests. I'd like to dive straight into the supplementals, and then if there's time at the end, I can give a budget update to the board. The budget update materials are included in your packet, but hopefully we'll have time to go over that too. So we're going to start out with the new dispatch center. We have Jeff Kruger online and Brett here with us in person. Take it away.
Yeah, thanks. I'm the 911 director. Jeff is our project manager on this particular project. Building a new comm center, one that we've never had before, so we're very excited about it. And this supplemental is right at the tail end of the project. It's for our phase 3, which is phase 1 was kind of the exterior build, all the foundation, things like that. Phase 2 is the interior, which is well underway now. And then phase 3 is kind of the integration of the technology and making the center what it's truly meant to be. By integrating the systems, the technology, and kind of putting the finishing touches on the interior, the furniture, the finishes, things like that.
Big decision. You can keep talking, we can eat and.
Okay.
Yeah, we got a long day still ahead of us.
The request is for $400,000. We don't know if that is necessarily going to be needed in the end. We still have some contingency funds that may cover some of these costs, but we wanted to make sure that we only came back once, and some of this money is needed before the end of the project when we know if the contingency funds will be available. The funding for the overall project, including the supplemental, is through the County General Fund during construction. And then starting next year, all of that will be paid back by the dispatch center telephone authority, made up of the agencies that we serve, through certificates of participation. So this will be paid back over, I believe they've decided on 20 years to the county. The major components of this supplemental of Phase 3 are the server room build-out, the connection of the technology within the center, as well as delivering into the center all of our infrastructure that needs to be built out to connect us to the rest of the world and form that resiliency, as well as, like I said, the some of the access control systems, the grounding and lighting protection systems, and lightning protection systems, and the finishes and furniture that will go into the space. And that's what we got.
We mentioned this earlier today in one of our other discussions, but I mean, not this specific, but just kind of in general, but I still have concerns and questions as why Phase 3 didn't come with Phase 1 and 2. Because we're at a point, we don't have a choice. We say no to this, we don't have a building. And these would be my understanding that this is gonna help fund things we knew we're gonna have to fund when we started this building. So I don't like it when things come back to us in this manner and say, well, we had Phase 1 and Phase 2. We knew we were gonna have Phase 3, but we didn't wanna ask you for the money at the same time, so we're gonna come back later. We try and plan ahead our funding issues and how much we're gonna put into projects. This is not helping us do that, I don't think. Again, I don't think we have any choice. I don't like being put in that position. I don't know how the rest of the board feels about that. But in the future, in general, I'm hoping this doesn't continue to happen. When we're building something or having a project, we know what we're gonna need at the end of the day. Don't piece and parcel it out and then bring it back to us and put us in a position such as we're in with this. Thanks.
Yeah, understood.
Not the first time today we heard that.
It's not gonna be the last.
Any other PCREDC questions?
Well, I'd love to just drill down a little bit. So we understand where Phase 3 came from and why it wasn't included with 1 and 2 in the original budget. And there's probably a reason, I just don't understand it fully. How did it come about?
Well, I think Jeff can probably answer this better than I can, but from my perspective, not being a construction project manager, you know, I will admit that I did not totally understand, you know, where the budget, you know, we had certain things budgeted, like our radio consoles and our radios and things like that already, that even if we didn't have a new center, we're gonna need to purchase those. So I suppose my assumption in this process was that those would still be part of a separate budget. And as this project kind of kicked off, we were right in the middle of changing. GR had just said he was leaving. I think he was with this project at the very, very beginning. And then there was a time before Kevin came in and even Jeff came in, and I think that's where some of the planning might have got missed.
I can't really add anything to that, Brett, but yeah, I think we originally thought that the funding sources would be available within other areas of Brett's budget for these items. And it just turns out that that was not the case. And so this is why we're before you today, to ask for this additional funding to get us to the finish line. And like Brett said, I think we have $250K in contingency funds. It's our hope that a good portion of that funds can be used towards this supplemental request, but that money will not be released until October, November timeframe. So we do need to make purchases now, which means we need that supplemental now, unfortunately. But again, I'm hoping that we don't use the entire $400K and that we're more likely going to be using anywhere from $200 to $250K.
Thanks, at the risk of saying the same thing, I think at this point in a project, we'd like to see change orders, not must-haves.
Sure.
So not must-haves. These are all things that are critical to the project that should have been spec'd and part of the original budget. And at this point, you're getting ready to actually operate and use the facility. This is change order time, not operational. So this really feels like it should have been part of the original budget. I'm repeating what the rest of the group has said, but it's this is the second or third time we've seen the same thing today.
Okay.
And it's a lot of money.
Thank you. Further questions for Brett or Jeff? Further questions about the PCR EDC? Did I get it right?
You did. PC Red Sea.
It's catching on.
Okay, thank you. And next we'll
Thanks,
move
Brett.
to community.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
Bringing
move
up the
to
oracle.
Community development.
What's that? Yeah.
Oh, Councilman,
I think it was.
Hi there. So Alex Sanchez with Community Development, Data and Operations Supervisor. Here before you asking for a supplemental request for Sage's Gov software enhancements. For a little bit of background, back in 2020, Community Development went live with our Sage's Gov permitting and application system. At that time, during project launch, an intentional decision was made to fully build out the building, zoning, and engineering permit types and create a shell that would accommodate planning applications. $60,000 was set aside for future development to fully build out the planning applications. In 2025, we used that $60,000 to purchase professional service hours and proceed with those enhancements in the planning process. After we fully utilize that amount, there are still remaining items that would enhance the process for the planning application or the system overall. And so now that we've got an idea of hours required and cost estimates, we are coming before you to ask for those funds to be able to finalize really the development of the software. Community development is in a position where the revenue will fully cover this supplemental request. As we've seen great revenue over the last couple of years and been fiscally conservative with our expenditure side. This is not a critical and could be deferred to the 2027 budget, but it would just delay enhancements or improvements that could result in quicker turnaround time, improved experience for the applicants, and also if decided not to move forward, we would just forego those options. So that's what really is before you, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions for the oracle?
This is supplemental to be reimbursed. No.
No.
ComDev revenue.
No, this would come out of the general fund, but ComDev does more than cover their costs in their revenue.
Okay.
So in that sense, their revenue does cover
Just
this,
wanted to clarify
this
that.
expenditure. Mhm.
Pretty straightforward.
Great.
All right, we'll
Excellent.
move on
Thank
to the
you.
next one then.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Alex. And we have two requests coming out of Human Services. The first, the board has already seen before. Kelly is here, Older Adults CSA Program through Senior Services.
Hi everyone, Kelly Medina, Interim Director for Human Services, and Dr. Fedowitz is online and he's available to go over this portion of the request and he can answer any questions you have. Oh, he said he was.
So the question for you, Kelly, would be, did Dr. Fedowitz apply to the USDA Rural Development Grant Program?
Was that the email you sent us a couple weeks ago? I believe we weren't able to meet the deadline because of other priorities, so he wasn't able to apply this go around, but it's on his radar for when, if and when it opens up again.
Thank you. Further questions for Kelly regarding the CSA?
Funny to see just one Kelly.
I know, right? The other one's enjoying her time.
My dad lived to 97, and I think he lived mostly on, canned goods. You know, so I'm thinking the CSA thing, it's just like blown way out of proportion.
I can share that they had the Two Roots Farm join the senior center last Friday, and it was pretty cool to see everybody gathering.
They
Must have
love
been
it.
fun.
It
I'm
was
sure it was
beautiful.
great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's their social event.
Canned goods, though, they're really not that
You
bad.
want to present Jaffa as well.
Yes.
Ask Dr. Whitcomb about that. Do you live in his house?
So this request is about this was actually supposed to be passed through in the 2024 fiscal year, and it was a $15,000 pass through from CHAFA to Aspen Community Foundation through the work that we're doing with the Financial Empowerment Center. Because of a lot of the staff changes and transitions, things did fall through the cracks, and so we're asking for that supplemental $15,000 to pass it through to ACF to continue to support the Financial Empowerment Center.
And this is one that we probably should have had in the budget carry forwards, but it was something that just got missed, as Kelly said, kind of fell through the cracks.
Cool. Questions regarding Jaffa and ACF?
Nope. We'll take the money.
Kelly, thanks for your time.
Thank
Give
you.
it out and pass it through.
Thank you, Kelly. Okay, next we have the Solid Waste Center.
Tyler, welcome back.
So, we came and did a little update on where the VE process was on the campus expansion.
Is your mic on?
Sorry. And in that update, we kind of addressed that the current project estimate's around 29 million. We're still working on lowering that with a handful of different options. But in that time, while we're still doing VE, I got with Connie and Stuart and kind of developed the maximum budget that the fund could support while still maintaining all of our other projects. So we're asking for about $7.5 million. And the thing to know with that is that just about 3.5 of it comes from the bond premium that was received during the actual bond process. And the remaining 3.8 comes from the fund balance. So some of it is kind of expected revenues that we had not budgeted for because we didn't know what the premium was going to be at the time, and the other half is unexpected and will come from fund balance. Yeah, there's a couple of other aspects to this that we have not included. There's some revenue increases that we're tracking for this year, as well as some large project revenues that we think we're going to see that we have not included in the projections here, which should only help us as we look forward into the future fund balance. But as of now, the remaining fund balance after the supplemental is still about $7 million, which is relatively healthy from what I think. Alternatively, there's some additional cuts we could make that would reduce the project even more. I don't know that they're necessarily beneficial to the overall scope of the project, but depending on the board's opinion, we could look at making additional hefty cuts.
Patty?
Yeah, I'm glad to see that there was value engineering because from the first plans to the second plans to the third to the current, the building went from something pretty basic to something pretty fancy. Big space, lots of amenities, and it's just hard when we know the price of doing business of construction projects that's outside of our control that is going up. The thing that's inside our control is maybe we don't have as much square footage, or maybe we don't have as much nice amenities in a structure, but I know this is self-paid for because of the enterprise fund, et cetera. But yeah, I think any further value engineerings, or let's just look at things in light of what's happening in the world today with construction costs and supply demand and et cetera, maybe we should fine-tune things a little bit more, because this is a pretty hefty increase. Again, but I know how it's paid for. I understand all of that. But sometimes, it's the primary responsibility of this board to look at how we use all dollars that come into Pitkin County. But it's something we need to do. It's just, we're going to hear about it when it's done and people go, this is a landfill. And we'll make sure you hear about it too.
Oh,
and you, Scott,
I'm sure
too,
I
by the way. But thanks.
Okay, Brian Pettit's been gone for 2 weeks. We still need to call it the Solid Waste Center. Please.
What did I call it?
Landfill.
I didn't call it the dump.
So,
I'll accept blame.
so.
And Scott, by the way,
Tyler,
congratulations.
back to the request.
Yes.
There's no change in the scope in terms of duration that we'll have the landfill, so it's still 65 years, the expansion?
Yes. I think I broke this out a little bit better in the previous, so.
Yeah, it's not in the supplemental.
The way that the buildings are moving, it's a 25-year expansion allotment. And then when that 25 years is done, there's an additional 50 that's available from basically capping the flat section of the landfill over the top of our currently allotted airspace. So there's 25 years guaranteed from this change, and then a future that's allowable once we get there.
And what was our total number then?
It's around 70.
And so, but the VE exercise is not changing the duration of the expansion is really where I'm going. Okay. And then the question for Connie is, are you comfortable with the fund balance after the supplemental request?
Yeah, Stuart has done a lot of analysis looking at the fund and going through scenarios together with Tyler. And it does leave the fund tight in looking at the 5-year plan. However, as Tyler mentioned, there are some additional revenues that he's expecting will come into the solid waste center either this year or the following year. And I think that will add a little bit more comfort room into the fund balance. So I think he'll be in a good position. It doesn't leave a huge amount of extra room in the fund, but I think it's doable. And that's why we went through the exercise of really looking at a 5-year plan scenario for this fund.
And so one follow-up, and then I'll go to Patty, is, and there's no risk in terms of the covenants regarding the last bond issuance.
So this doesn't change, I don't think it changes anything with the bond issuance, because our costs are more than what we issued the bonds for.
I'm good. I just read it incorrectly. I thought we were going to increase the cost by 12%. It's the revenues are going to be increased. I'm like, okay, I reread it, and I'm calmer now.
Further questions for Tyler or Connie?
Good, thanks.
Seeing none, thank you. Thanks. Solid Waste Center, Patty.
Solid waste.
Dump.
Healthy Rivers.
We've got a few supplementals for Healthy Rivers. Liz, do you want to come up for these also? Go ahead.
We got all of our angst out with the PRC, DRC, so we're good now.
So this supplemental request is appropriating the pieces of the debt issuance. Some of these are estimates at this point and will be further clarified when we're actually issuing the debt. But it's in order to have everything in the budget and ready to go for the debt issuance. And Liz, if you want to.
And I will say that the estimates at this point are fairly good estimates. We had Piper Sandler reach out to all of the subcontractors and other people who are going to be invoicing us for this project, and they have provided estimates for each of them. So I'm fairly comfortable with these numbers. I don't think they'll swing very large one way or the other. Otherwise, the debt will be coming back to you, the bond resolution, on June 24th, I think is the right date. I'm trying to remember my calendar.
For signing of papers in August?
For signing of papers sometime in August, yes. So we'd be actually getting the money in early August.
Cool. Yeah. Questions for Healthy Rivers bond issuance?
Did we actually make a decision at 1 million? I thought we had gone to 1.5.
We had 4 of 5 at the 1 million, and we were going to, if the city was going to contribute, we were going to use that to kind of buy down that balance additionally. We do not think the city is going to contribute, so that is where we leave ourselves at that $1 million fund balance usage.
Okay.
It's a shame the river will be dry during Ducky Day.
We still have the opportunity to speak with members of City Council who we are concerned may not have had full knowledge of this process.
If you're going to do that, I would recommend doing that sooner rather than later because we're running out of time to change these documents if we're coming back to the board on
You can always give
June
us
24th.
money later. We'll find a way to use it to have the ducks floating down the river. The plastic ones or the real ones, whichever it may be.
Excellent. Further questions regarding
I don't know if
bonding?
it matters that the date's wrong in this supplemental. Just this one. It's July 9th. If that needs to be sorted.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
The request actually has July 9th as the work session date, but it seems like a detail, just if it matters. then
Upper
we
right
can change
corner.
it.
Oh, instead of June.
Yeah, no,
I
it
will
probably
get
doesn't
that
matter, but I'm
corrected.
just noticing.
Nope, it'll be corrected for second
Wrong
read.
month. We'll get
Corrected
that
for first
corrected.
read.
Sorry about that.
Thank you. Operational adjustments.
Okay. Any other questions on the debt? And-
Operational adjustments.
I'm sorry?
Seeing none, operational adjustments.
Moving on to the next request from Healthy Rivers. It's for aviation fuel tax. I think I'll let Liz explain this
Excuse me,
one.
goody.
Sorry, I'm trying to play catch up here. I just had one
So-
last comment.
So sorry, before you go on, we still have one comment on.
I
or
just
one
want you to
question on
know,
bonding.
I did reach out to Christine Benedetti and Rachel Richards regarding the,
Oh, thank you.
and heard nothing back,
Oh.
for what it's worth.
I'm gonna talk to
On June,
John
on
Boyle.
June 2nd. And maybe I'll send that to Doyle.
Great. Okay.
Thank you.
You're
Sorry-
supposed
sorry
to
for
now
interrupting.
respond with a drought joke.
I don't know.
Adjustment to operations.
All right, so this next one is it has to do with the sales tax. So back in the late 80s, there was a regulation that was put onto any future sales taxes that were put into place, that any sales tax or taxes in general that were collected for aviation fuel on an airfield have to be used on the airfield. So that means that the Healthy Rivers and Streams tax, which was passed in 2008, has to abide by this regulation. And so that means that very small portion has double restriction because it has to be used on the airfield, but it also has to be used for the intention of the sales tax, which is for Healthy Rivers and Streams. So we have been tracking that balance for several years now, and the balance is up to, sorry, I don't have it right in front of me. Connie's going to get to it.
303?
Yes. And that is the amount that we have kind of in this, it's been in a restricted fund balance. And now that we have a project that actually falls within both of those restrictions, we are going to use those funds to help with the airport project for the Owl Creek portions of that project, if that makes sense.
Great idea.
So this transfer is going to be able to use those funds. If we have more, well, I shouldn't say if, when we have more funds that potentially could be used for this in the future, we will look at either other projects or if there's other pieces of this that are not being funded, we can do this again in next year or the year after as well.
So when you reference 1980, that bill wasn't specific to fuel tax, wasn't it specific for airport revenues, to all revenues generated? Wasn't that this was just kind of included in that? I don't think it was spelled out, was it?
It's the second paragraph in this summary.
Yeah, I can't, I'd have to go back and double check the language in the bill. I don't have that right in front of me. But yes, it does. I think it's part of the whole, you have to use airport revenues on airport operators.
Right, and I think it's just this get caught in that, because we should probably talk, because I'm presenting the policy again to the National Association of Counties to expand the use of revenues generated on the airport just to uses outside of the land of the airport, the grounds, for issues that may not be directly related to airport.
Gotcha.
So we'll talk more. I'm going to the conference in the middle of July, so we have time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Further questions for Lisa, Liz, or Connie?
That'd be a good example for me to use.
Yes.
Any other questions regarding adjustment to operations, $303,000?
Okay.
Thank you.
The next request from Healthy Rivers is
There's one
for
more Healthy
the
Rivers.
Whitewater Park streamside amenities.
Great, thanks Connie. Lisa McDonald with the Healthy Rivers Program, and we are here, or I am here today to request a budget supplemental for $120,000 to the engineering side of the Whitewater Park construction. We are currently building out the streamside amenities and have been doing that. We started the improvements in the fall of 2025. The project will wrap up early this month. I have a schedule here I wanted to let you know. We had the boardwalk delivered in May 25th. They started to install and they did the last pour where the boardwalk and the concrete meet. They just did that last Friday. We have the landscaping in, the trees, the fencing is started, the irrigation, and the planting. They're going to continue the landscaping through the end of next week. They have little plugs ordered to go on the banks of the river. So those are coming. We will have the parking lot cleared by the end of next week. They will be doing some paving and striping and hope to have the park open to the public by the end of the week of June 22nd. They are updating the town of Basalt with that information tonight at their council meeting, so I just wanted to keep you in the loop on that. We're working on signage and naming of the park, and so that's the next step, so we want to bring all that to you once we have some design options and naming options to bring to you. Hopefully this week I'll have all of that information.
Great.
So this will close out the engineering fees through the end of the year. We have a restroom on its way that will be delivered October or November, and that will install, and then the engineering can wrap up with all of that. So we're hoping to be done by the end of the year.
Commissioner Clapper.
I have one request. Can we have the naming and signage done before I leave office?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
I'm going to talk to you this week.
what did you say?
The naming and the signage before I leave office. I've invested a lot of years and a lot of emotions in that
Yes.
park.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Further
Thank you.
questions for the RESID?
You know, I would ask why the
Francie.
120,000 wasn't included in the SGM civil engineering projection.
Why the 120? Well, we upped it a little bit in case there was, this was specific to SGM, the civil engineering for all of the streamside work. Connie and I talked a little bit about it, and if there was any kind of update with the landscape architects, we added a little padding to that so we didn't have to come back on a third quarter request.
I walked it recently. It's going to be exceptional when it's all done, and it's already has proven track record of use by the public. This is going to increase that because of safety issues and accommodate people who might not have been able to get down there to the viewing area.
Yeah, it will be ADA accessible so they can
Yeah,
get down there. As
walking that boardwalk's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Further questions for Lisa? Seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa.
Thanks, Lisa. Next, we have 3 requests from Open Space and Trails.
Hammerhead, come on up. Red,
How we doing?
good to see you.
Hi,
Red
Chad.
with a T. How are you guys doing today?
Good, how are you?
Good. So I'm here to present the budget supplemental request for the DeRay Way fire truck hammerhead turnaround.
Just trying
Do you
to
have
pull it up
something you
so
wanna
you guys
share?
can see it.
Okay,
No.
let me stop sharing then.
I don't need to share it with you guys unless you want to see like where it is, but it's just a typical engineer plane set.
I know where it is.
I know where
Okay.
it is,
Cool. We'll skip that part then. So
and we
yeah,
need to do it.
this was a provision from the settlement agreement that was requested that the county improve the safety of the neighborhood by building this turnaround for a fire truck. Carbondale Fire uses Engine 81, which is a 32.5-foot long fire truck. So we designed, right after we requested this budget for 2026, normal budget process, we contracted with SGM to design this turnaround. And it's pretty big. I originally thought we could build it in-house, but the amount of material we need to bring in and the complicatedness of the grading, it's not a good fit for our crew. It's just too time intensive. So realizing that, I'm requesting a budget supplement to pay for this through a contract we already have for our McClure Pass project with Meridian Contracting. It's a perfect fit for their project, and it actually kind of helps our McClure Pass project because we have fill to get rid of there that we can use for this project, and it's relatively in the same area. Our board, I presented this to our board last week at their meeting. They did approve this, and we're hoping we can, get this supplemental, get it done this year, and show our willingness to be good neighbors with the Wild Rose subdivision.
So did you have an estimate as far as your time that you're saving? So in other words, you're not doing this in-house. Was there an estimate with OST doing the work?
I think if we did the work, including all the hauling ourselves, it would be at least a month long, and it would take us away from all the other work we need to be doing.
Redstone would be so happy with that in addition to the bridge.
Right. It's a heavy year down there, so.
So this is a great outsource, is what we're saying.
It is.
Yeah.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
I went over McClure Pass the other day. Is that construction up near the top? Is that us?
That's us. That's where the tunnel's going in.
That's what I thought.
Further questions regarding the Hammerhead? Seeing none.
Thank you.
Capital improvements. Snowmass Trailhead.
Next request is Snowmass Creek Trailhead.
That'll be a Jesse World.
I can if y'all want.
All right.
The more the merrier.
Oh, man, I got the
Just make sure she has a mic.
You do need the mic.
Okay. Can you
Short girl in the short chair.
I need a longer torso. I also have slides I'm happy to bring up if needed, but I know you guys are running late, so I can also skip the slides. So this one, we came to you at a previous work session, so you should have a good grasp on it, but just to revisit it all for those that need, this is improvements to the Snowmass Creek Trailhead on the Snowmass Falls property that we purchased last year, 2004, 2 years ago. To improve what the existing informal kind of ad hoc parking that occurs at the end of Snowmass Creek Road, serving three Forest Service trails in the Maroon Bells Snowmass Wilderness. So it's an important portal to all of that and has long been overutilized for the size of the parking lot. So it's resulted in a lot of roadside parking along the dirt road that leads up to the parking lot, and that presents safety and circulation challenges that we are trying to solve for with this improvement on the Snowmass Falls property. So we've gone through a extensive process, a design process with our partners, the Forest Service, and input from a number of stakeholders to design this and right-size it to accommodate the existing existing demand for this parking area, as well as address the safety and resource challenges that are occurring along the roadside parking. So this area is approximately 70 overnight and day use parking spaces, 5 equestrian spaces that will be accommodated, as well as space for emergency and administrative parking, and importantly, a porta potty, which I think will help with resource issues there. And not a porta potty, sorry, a double vault toilet. And then it's really been designed with a site plan that really is respectful of the existing vegetation and seeks to minimize the bulk of the parking and make it feel
as organic and natural as it can for a parking lot. Maximize the views toward daily and all of that. So we did get an engineer's opinion of the probable construction costs, which came in at $1.4 million, and that's what we're asking for today as part of this budget supplemental, which includes kind of all of the earthwork, erosion control, and all the work required to implement this trailhead.
Francie.
So it says surfacing is one of the things that they made a bid on. Is that gonna be like road base or what?
Yeah.
It's just road base.
Just road, no paving or anything like that.
It seems really expensive, but everything does.
Yeah.
So the only thing I wanted to add is that we are still working. So we have dealt with some caucus members, and caucus members are reaching out to us now. We're starting to finally get to it. We tried to reach the caucus through the normal county's web thing, and it didn't work to all of them. It worked to some. And so some are still working. Jesse's working with them, just so you know that we, even if this goes through to approval and everything else, we're still going to work with people before we actually build it to make sure everybody understands what we're trying to do. Because I think there's some worry that we're also creating a two-way road up there and all this other stuff. We're not. We are basically keeping the same road. We'll improve it a little bit and make sure the sight lines are better and make sure there are turnarounds. Not turnarounds, but places for people to pull out.
Yeah.
So people can go back and forth and be able to do that. And so just wanted to clarify that piece of the puzzle.
And then we have a complaint that the road's not wide enough for two trailers to pass each other.
It's not wide enough for two trailers
I
to
know.
pass, but that's why we are, and we don't want to create that because that road is a really beautiful wilderness portal that would be a really large amount of environmental damage to do it. The Forest Service deals with this all through their areas. They have places where trailers and trucks have to get through, and as long as you have sight lines and you have places for people to pull out, we'll be able to make it happen. The biggest piece of the puzzle will be getting people not to park on the road.
I was gonna say, and if it's
And that's part of
that
this
wide,
puzzle, is that we are working with Scott and code enforcement and us to ensure that happens. But this is not unique to this area. There's a lot of places in Pitkin County that has parking issues.
Yeah.
You know one, there's Lanedo, there's a lot of other places, so we're trying to deal with it on a larger scale too.
Further questions, Snowmass Creek Trailhead.
I just want to say, you anticipated, I think this response is fine, and, to the comments that were coming in, so I'm fine with it and ready to move ahead. But I like what you've come up with.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'll close up by saying I think the current status quo is not safe and not safe for the public with the stacking of cars along the dirt road that makes really difficult to bring in an engine or any other apparatus into the existing parking lot. So this is a welcome, I think it should be perceived as a welcome addition to the terminus of the Snowmass Road. So thank you. Yeah.
The hardest part is getting people to understand 70 is not growth. It's really accommodating the existing use, because you don't always see how many cars. And that's really to get people to understand that this is not a growth thing. This is to deal with today.
Yeah.
And we have ability to grow in the future if need be, but I think we're pretty good on the size. And we've worked on this a lot to get this size correct for the use that we have today and tomorrow. And just to let you guys know too, the Forest Service is not going to increase the number of overnight permits. So the whole growth thing here is not about the growth of a system. Yes, there could be more day use people, but that could happen without this parking lot. But the growth of the overnight permit system is not.
Farmstead Restoration.
Ted's leaving for this one.
He bailed real quickly there.
CSU, Mr. Walters. Good to see you.
Okay, well, this one has a few different elements, and it might be helpful for me to bring up the PowerPoint, if that's okay.
I think, yeah, because you guys got a little bit of this during the Open Space Board joint meeting, but not a lot of it. And so I know we're all doing a site visit. I don't know if not everyone could go, but we just want to pop this up because there's 3 pieces of the puzzle here. And, you know, that we just need to know where we're headed on all 3.
Yeah, so Gary was at the meeting, so he can interject if I miss anything that was really important from that perspective. But just to situate you all here, this is not in Pitkin County. It's Glacier Open Space, which is in Eagle County. And what we have here, is a property that meets basically all elements of our open space and trails mission. It's got wildlife, it has trails, it has a really well-functioning ag program, and historic preservation. So it really checks all of the boxes for that. Scenic views, you know, it's a really great property in a really special place. Activating the farmstead was something that came out of our original management plan back in 2015 and then was reiterated in 2020. Following that, we did pursue National Historic Designation and received that designation in 2023. And it's a really unique evolution of a farmstead. We've got the log buildings that were the start of it, and then kind of this scenic brick home that kind of showed as the family developed their financial capabilities, they were able to build this. And so it's just a really special site that we want to preserve. And it has really great visual access from the Rio Grande Trail and Hooksborough Road, so people passing this site can kind of see that unfolding. And so those were some of the things that we really wanted to make sure we're protecting. And so we came to you this all was in the 2026 budget for the historic house. And well, I guess the project goals is to restore the historic farmstead, most importantly, the historic brick home, as well as ensuring the viable agricultural operations of the farmstead area and provide much needed housing, both for lessees. It's essential for them to be on the property, especially given that we have animal husbandry on this property, and being near your animals is critical, as well as open space and trails staff. We have a unique opportunity on this property to meet those housing needs that we don't have on every property. It's in the CE that we can accommodate that use. And then, like I mentioned, preserving that scenic access to the site. So the Glacier House historic rehabilitation was in that 2026 budget that you all approved for this 2-bedroom apartment, where we're taking down some of the non-historic additions and replacing them with the additional square footage or replacement square footage. And we had originally accounted for $2.14 million. When we took down those historic additions, it came to light that there was some unanticipated structural issues with the historic structure. So it required going back to the engineering table and devising some solutions there to address some of these structural needs and foundational issues. So this amount is both reflecting addressing the structural needs, as well as some improvements that help advance our climate initiatives. So we went from baseboard heating to a heat pump system, which added some additional costs, but we felt was worth the short-term investment for the long-term climate gains. So those were really the 2 primary factors that were driving this budget increase. Yeah, I think that's that one. Do we need to pause on? I'll just go through it all, but happy to stop and answer any questions.
Jesse, what's the total number of bedrooms we'll get at the end of the day? Or
the historic home?
So you have the 2 bedrooms.
So we've tried to design it with the most flexibility
I was not here for the open space
as possible. So it's can function as either a 4-bedroom house or 2 2-bedroom units. Okay. Or we could lock it off for a 1-bed or a 3-bedroom unit and a 1-bedroom. So maybe.
We try to keep this as flexible as possible for the future uses that come. So you have a big family, it's more. If you have a smaller, or if you want to end up doing seasonals, you can lock off seasonals, so.
And remind us who the leasees are? Is it Marigold and?
So,
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
so we have
Mhm.
4 leaseholders at Glacier. Alec Parker, he is the only leaseholder that doesn't have kind of the home base.
Right.
He's a neighbor.
Yep.
He has his own home base.
He has his own home base, so his operations don't really interact a ton with the farmstead.
Right.
But then the 3 leaseholders that kind of have their home base of operations are Marigold,
Yep. On the south.
Juniper Farms, and then Raw Mountain Farms. They're both on lease D, so 2 vegetable growers and 1 livestock producer.
Thank
that
you.
will interact a lot with that.
And Marigold is both lease B and lease F down here.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
Any other questions about the historic house?
Farmstead restoration questions.
Looks like a big project.
Well, no, there's more.
Yeah.
I'm not
No,
done.
I mean, we've been using Marigold for a while and know Alyssa, and every time you drive by that, yeah, anyway.
Well, we can be quick on the historic log barn.
So the historic log barn, we have a current grant application in for the State Historic Fund for $250,000 to do what would be a first phase of restoration work or stabilization work. Since we've gotten the contractor out on site, we've initiated conversations with them that he's like, if we take it down and then rebuild it, we can get the exact same aesthetic look with a functional structure for $308,000 all in for a usable structure, rather than piecing it into 2 different projects, one being the stabilization and then a later project that would come down the road that would build an internal structure to make it usable. So I think all of Open Space and Trails staff is on board with we don't know whether we're going to be successful with the grant yet. We'll find out in a couple of days. But either way, we kind of are leaning toward not accepting the grant and going forward with this other approach, which would give us a usable structure much more quickly and much more affordably.
And the Open Space and Trails Board wanted to go this route, not the historic, because we've done that on the Emma buildings. We got 1 grant to do the side stabilization and then got another grant where if we just kind of started doing it, it would have been cheaper in the long run. So here, you're going to get a much more usable barn that looks exactly like that in the future. So the Open Space and Trails Board was in favor of doing this, is budgeting $308,000, taking down the barn, redoing it, and making it functional.
And the other element there is that the general conditions cost of having a contractor on site can be shared with this project and the historic house. So there's synergy there and cost savings that will help the overall budget line for this site, for the farmstead as a whole. So it's not insignificant for sure.
It's really nice to see a construction project come in under $1 million.
That's a good reason to say yes.
Yes.
So
Cool.
moving on to the last project that's part of this farmstead rehabilitation is Patty and I's favorite barn-dominium word. But we have tried to get away from calling it a barn-dominium because barn comes with a bunch of different land use or building code requirements, that this is actually more of a garage utility space than an actual barn. It's not going to have animal uses in there.
Garage dominium.
Yeah, it doesn't have the same ring. So anyway, but it would be what happens here is we did already remove one of the existing structures, which was this white kind of utility barn that was in really poor shape. But it did serve some important farmstead uses. And so the intention here is to replace those uses with a garage, a 4-bay garage on the bottom, and then being able to have a lofted apartment on the top. And so that would be designated for ag use. Well, it doesn't really matter which housing unit is designated, but one of them would have to be designated for farm uses per the Eagle County Code. And so we really get a lot of bang for our buck out of this building. We had put in a placeholder back in 2020 in our 2026 budget we didn't have exact numbers at that time. And we had originally anticipated that it would be in that same location. So some of our numbers for the utilities and that sort of thing, we're anticipating that it would be in this location where my little mouse is. So being out on site and understanding how it all works with our lessees and what Drew's been able to bring to the table, it really makes more sense to actually replace the existing metal barn, which is a functional structure, but it's really not optimally utilized. A lot of the volume of the structure and the height is just wasted space for the time being. That structure can be taken down and resold or reused in other ways. So it's not a loss necessarily, but we do think that that's the most appropriate spot for the barn dominium to be located for the function of everything. And then aligned with that, as we would be taking that use, the current uses out of the barn, we would want to replace those with a hay shed, what is it? Hay barn. That's more appropriately scaled and can be fully utilized, as well as a couple of small loafing sheds that would be better sited on lease D. That's closer. Currently, they're going back and forth a few times a day, or who knows how many times an hour, to access their tools and tractors and everything on the farmstead side, where they would rather have those uses on their lease. So it's really a couple of elements that combine together to make a much more usable site that also meets all those project goals that I mentioned of, preserving this historic farmstead. One of the problems with siting it where we replaced where the old white barn was sited was it blocked visual access to some of these historic buildings back here. And it kind of dwarfed the really high quality historic house that we put all this money into preserving. So scale and mass wise, it makes sense to kind of set it back where we can.
And this is going to be the big piece of the puzzle when we do the site visit, is to really look at the site itself and to show everybody, because the Open Space and Trails Board, it was not a unanimous vote, but it was 4-1 to move this stuff forward. Their caveat was to do a site visit, have a further look before approving this piece of the puzzle. They were in favor of the house, obviously the house, and the barn, but this piece was something they wanted to look at again. And so you guys will have that between your two readings. So you'll have that opportunity to look at it and, make comments, make suggestions. The one board member, it was Graham, who was not in favor of this, is like, could this be on another piece of the site? And he also had concerns about using the open space fund, the amount of money that is going to this. Amy also had Amy's take was, and I think the rest of the board heard this, was we don't have many opportunities to do housing on any open space property. And here's the one place that we could put it that's appropriate. And we could set this homestead up for future success in one shot. And so, there's consternation because, open space and trails funding is, this is one of those pieces of the puzzle where agriculture, no problem. It's housing, but it supports our mission because the only things that could be used, the only people that could be housed here are either agricultural workers or OST staff or staff like CPW or Forest Service that actually meet our mission, or sheriff or anything else. So this is our opportunity to do it, and we have it here, and it would be great to look at it on site.
I have three questions if I can remember them. So one is, I do have concerns about housing as compared to open space, but I got some answer for that at our housing retreat. So the different lessees share equipment?
They share the existing. They share the existing barn. But they
have their own equipment.
They have their own equipment.
Okay, and I knew I was going to forget, darn it. Does Eagle County own the property and we have the conservation, or is it the other way around?
Other way around.
I can never remember which is which. Kaufman is, AVLT owns the land,
Correct,
and we own the conservation.
correct. In
easement.
this case, when we purchased this property, the deal was they'll split the cost with us, but we would take management of it. And so we would own it and manage it, and they would split the cost, the purchase price,
I see.
and then just keep a conservation easement. All of this fits, we carved this out in the conservation easement because we were not fully set on what we wanted to see with the homestead. Everyone at the time was very much in support of creating the homestead here. It has taken us a while to get to this point, but we're here now. And Eagle County is contributing, not an enormous amount of money, but they are contributing funds to this overall project. Even though they're not obligated to do it
I see.
by any means.
Yeah, and I should say, I do think that these numbers are, we've asked the contractor to like give us the big number and let's value engineer from there without having to come back to you later. So I do think that there's opportunities for cost savings to happen and for us to seek rebates for heat pumps and those sort of things. So, hopefully we can bring it down, but we don't want to come back.
You think you could bring it down from 1,500,000 for 4 units and a whole new building and demolition of an existing building, and
Well,
that
this
seems
is
low end.
Well,
It's the supplement.
this is the
You're looking at supplemental.
This is
You're
the
not
budget
looking-
supplemental for the budget that we already put in. So, to be fully transparent, this is a $5+ million project.
Yeah.
So
That
no,
makes
this
more
is
sense.
not, we're not doing all that for that.
Yeah,
We're
okay.
still, if you look at it, it's about $600 a square foot, which in this area right now is not bad. We're in a pretty good spot. The house was, it would have been cheaper to knock down that house and build a new one, but it's historic and
Right.
and we're keeping all the historic elements of it to keep it on the National Historic Register.
Yeah, I remember my third question, and that is, so we're approving the supplemental before we approve the project? Is that what's happening?
No, you already approved the project
But you
back in the
said
budget.
between the two readings, that's just,
No.
Site visit.
You're just going to approve the budget supplemental. You were in the budget process overall. We approved moving forward with
Okay.
this. Yeah, and we said we would come back when we had better numbers. Now we have those numbers. We were hoping to just come back with the barn dominium and maybe the log thing. The house is an extra money that we did not anticipate due
Okay.
to what we found.
so the two readings you're referring to are the supplemental
Right,
readings?
and
Okay.
that's why we wanted to put that site visit, so before you have final.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So for everyone, the original budget was 3.64 million. The increase in expenditure is 1.53 for a total budget of 5.176 million.
Yes, and you will have an opportunity at, second reading to decide if you want to move forward with each phase of this puzzle. And so the house is kind of moving, and we'd like to get that done, but the log barn and the barn dominium, we have an opportunity to do it all, and that's your decision point will be that. Nothing has happened on
Good.
those
Okay.
until then.
I'm good.
We got more to.
We're good.
Thanks.
Excellent. Seeing none.
Okay.
Final comments? You guys are good?
No, I mean, we'll be able to be out there for an
And-
hour and really talk about it.
And-
Next week?
And
It's
Next
week.
one.
yeah, and thank you for the alternative. Thank you for the alternates. Some people put NA or none. It was nice to see the well thought out, what would happen if we changed our plan. So thank you.
Yeah, and those are on the table.
Yeah, they're all on the table.
Cool.
So-
Thank you. Thanks for that.
See you guys.
Bye.
Thank you.
So board, that's all of the supplemental requests. I did include a budget update in
Yeah,
your packet
please.
material. If you'd like, I can review that, but given the time, I can also just
I-
leave it to your reading, your
Could-
preference.
So
It's not
the
like-
question is, for the board, do you want to do, is it 5 minutes?
I can do a real quick 5
Or
minutes.
do you want to do it at first read?
Yeah, either way.
Let's do it now.
We have a 1 for now. We'd love the update right now.
Okay, sure.
I had 1 phone, 1 laptop, and 1 yes, so that's a move forward. 2026 budget via actual update all funds. No reds, no red smiley faces.
Yeah.
So the chart that's included in your packet materials gives just a point in time update on revenues, budget versus actual, and expenditures, budget versus actual for all county funds. And the percentages of how much has been received or how much spent can really vary by fund depending on the purpose of the fund, when revenues tend to come in. It's not all uniform. And the amounts that are spent at different moments of the year in each fund is not all uniform either. So that's why the purpose of the smiley faces is just to give the board an indication of what we're monitoring more closely in finance and the areas where we're not particularly concerned at this point of the year. On the revenue side, we're looking more closely at any fund that has sales tax revenue. And for the sales tax budget, we budgeted for a 3.5% increase in sales tax over 2025. And 3.5 really is around the rate of inflation for our area. So that would assume roughly the same volume of people, but just with some inflation added on. But the way we spaced it in the budget was anticipating a strong winter season. We thought there was momentum going from 2025, which was a good sales tax year. We'd carry that through the winter and then maybe a tapering off through the rest of the year for an overall 3.5. So we had 4.5% increases anticipated for January through March. Then you get the dry winter, and January and February combined together were basically flat. And then March was down 7.5%. We just recently received April, and that was down 3.7%. Not really a big surprise given the lack of snow and the ski season that seemed to kind of end earlier. So with this shortfall, we're about 2% below prior year, 6.2% below budget. Dollar amount through March is roughly $454,000. It's something that is a concern. We're closely monitoring it. It's not a crisis at this point, though. So don't feel like there's a need to put projects on hold or do anything drastic, but hoping that maybe we'll have a stronger summer and maybe make up for some of that during the course of the year, and we'll keep the board informed as we're going along. The other fund on revenue that we're monitoring more closely is the airport fund, just due to timing of grant receipts for the airport modernization project. Other areas that we're monitoring are inflationary pressures that affect capital project costs. You've seen that with the supplemental requests. And we're seeing that really across the board, that many projects have had to just, in order to not come for a supplemental, they've had to do value engineering, rescoping of projects. So the inflationary pressures for capital projects has been pretty severe. There's fuel price volatility that we're seeing. And then, of course, the debt issuance and associated financing costs. So what you see indicated on this chart are funds that, for the expenditure side, funds that have larger capital projects. We're looking at more closely, and you've seen some of those supplemental requests today. The debt service fund, because we'll have a number of supplementals coming through for that debt service fund. And fleet fund for the fuel price increases. And not sure if we'll need to come back for a supplemental there or not, but it's something that we're monitoring. And also the risk fund, just because of the potential of some variability in accident claims. So that's what's on our radar at the moment. And then, so that's all county funds. Get to my next chart. This chart shows the fund balance for both the general fund and the capital fund, and gives you an idea where we're at for the year. The three bar charts, the first one shows the beginning of 2026. We did end up with about 3.7 million more in fund balance than what we had projected in the budget process, so a good start to 2026. The adopted budget that you approved in December did anticipate spending fund balance down by about 9 million in the general fund, and we're actually building up some fund balance in the capital fund in anticipation of projects. Supplemental requests, including this second quarter request, would spend down the fund balance between the two funds by about 1.9 million. The sales tax decrease at the moment is just under 300,000 in these funds. So that gets you to the third bar on the chart of where we're at fund balance wise. Just a reminder that the little light green section at the bottom is our Tabor Reserve. That's required by the Colorado Constitution and is about 3% of revenue in the general fund. The operating reserve and contingency combined with the Tabor Reserve equal 2 months of operating expenditures for the general fund. So if you take looking at the last bar chart, if you take the 9.5 million, add it to the 1.8 million, that is equal to 2 months of operating expenditures. We consider that kind of our minimum rainy day fund that we would hope we never have to dig into. The little yellow section is some reserved fund balances within the general fund, things like Tipsy Taxi, Animal Shelter. And then the blue section is the unassigned operating reserve. And this is really the area where the board has flexibility. This can serve as a backup in the event of a wildfire or other kind of natural disaster, pandemic, economic recession, whatever it may be. It gives the board flexibility to be able to not make precipitous decisions, but have room to work with and make decisions in a more thought out and well-planned manner. It also serves as a way of funding capital projects, where we can move money from this blue section into the capital fund to fund capital projects that may come up. Having this blue section be roughly about the same amount as the dark green section, that's a very comfortable place to be in. So that's my update. Questions?
I'm concerned. We went from 20 million at the beginning of this year to current projection of about half of that. That's significant. I just have kind of a flat-out question across the board. Why do we keep spending money when we are not sure we have money to spend? With what's going on in the state, what's going on, in this country, what's going on in this world, it makes me nervous. One disaster, natural disaster, wildfire, 9 million, 18 million is not going to cover what we could be expecting to be faced with. So as we move forward, I hope we keep that in mind, that we really have a lot of uncertainty as to how we're going to replenish our funds and how we're going to continue with a lot of our capital projects and how we're going to be prepared to face all the uncertainties that are looming on our horizon. So, but thanks, Connie. You put together very informative information. I always appreciate it.
And I would say on that middle bar on the chart, those would be ending fund balances at the end of 2026, assuming that we receive all of the revenue we've budgeted and we spend 100% of the expenditures included in the budget. Typically, we have seen a little bit more revenue coming in and we've spent a little bit less.
Right now, we're spending a little bit more and we're seeing a little bit less coming in.
The expenditure budget does include the board's 500,000 set aside for the stabilization fund.
Yeah, that doesn't make me feel any better when we're talking millions, but, you know.
It's $500,000.
I'll remember that next time somebody asks us for that.
Further questions or observations for Connie? Thanks for your time this afternoon.
Thanks, Connie. Okay, are we going to finish the rest of the agenda
One
today?
more. Can we go to open discussion?
We have open discussion, we have agendas, we have this
Yeah,
joint
we have
meeting
a
with the
couple of
city.
items. So we've got open agenda. We do have the sheriff here to talk about fire restrictions, and then also have Suzanne here to talk about a site visit for the racetrack. So if we want to go to open discussion, and then we can.
Are we doing city agendas?
Well, but they're here, why don't we do
No,
it?
no, I'm saying, are we still doing
Oh,
it today?
after.
Because it's already after 5 and we're still have,
I'm looking at the.
And I would love for Michael and Alex come up.
But she
No, I know.
wants to know whether we're
I know.
still gonna do.
I'm going to do stage 1 fire
agendas.
restrictions first, and then we can focus on what else is on the agenda. Join us. Thank you.
hello,
And
gentlemen.
thanks for your patience.
You bet. We're still at it. Good afternoon. So we had our weekly fire discussion this morning, and we are going into stage 1 fire restrictions starting tomorrow at noon, Pitkin County. Eagle County and Garfield County are also going into stage 1 restrictions along with us. We're being impacted right now by 2 local fires, one in Garfield, you're probably aware of, has I-70 closed. I just checked and went from 15 acres to 8 acres, so that's good news. And we're working, we're assisting Eagle County and Roaring Fork Fire up the frying pan on, it's still 15 acres, that hasn't changed as of any update. 15, 1-5. So we're helping Eagle. Garfield hasn't asked for any assistance, so noon tomorrow we'll be going into stage 1 fire restrictions.
But not the Forest Service?
But not the Forest Service. Since you brought that up. Yeah.
BLM will.
BLM and us.
So we dispatch what's the helicopter over in?
No, if you're on,
Montrose?
if you're on watch duty, it actually describes what the aerial support is for the fires.
Yeah.
And so it called off the.
It's too windy up.
It's too windy.
Called off. I should remember this, but there is some air support still, even though.
I don't know,
Like the frying pan?
I've been attending a work session, I have not been going on computers, so fill me in a little bit.
What do you want to know?
I want to know, do we have air support coming out, or we haven't?
They
nobody's
called for air support. They called for air support early.
Both?
And a lot of it. I'm not sure about the Garfield fire, but the frying pan fire, Roaring Fork fire called for, I think it was 2 single-engine air tankers, and one helicopter was on its way. And then because of the conditions,
due to the high winds.
I know, I've been watching the winds.
Yeah.
And what about the one that we use for water refill at our airport? We have that new system?
That would be a seat.
Yeah,
That would be a
that's-
single-engine
Thank you.
air tanker. They're cutting a line right now. There's 2 teams cutting a line. Not exactly sure where it was to stop the fire from going to any structures.
It has burned structures?
No, has not.
It has not.
Are Aspen and Carbondale there also?
Aspen's there.
Aspen, I believe Carbondale's there as well, right? Yes.
As is usual in these situations when there's a confirmed wildfire, it's called an all-valley alert, so that the page goes out to all the fire districts in the valley to assist. So there are multiple agencies provided multiple different pieces of apparatus and personnel to
Then
support
with
the
one
fire.
on I-70 also, or is that
Yep.
like?
Carbondale may be assisting them and Eagle on
Rifle?
Yeah,
both
there's a
fires.
number of resources and moving pieces that come and go in these incidents as the need is
There is air
changes.
support, according to watch duty, on the one on I-70 in Garfield.
So all 4 lanes of 70 are closed?
Yes.
Both directions.
Is it like in the media or?
You know, I don't,
We don't have the
don't know.
So, anything the public should know about stage 1 fire restrictions specifically for the larger sort of audience?
Yeah, I'll say campfires are still allowed in a manufactured steel or concrete ring at hosted campsites. Does that make sense? Where there's a host.
Developed campsites?
Developed campsites, yeah. But I'd say host because people know if there's a campground host. Developed doesn't always reach across. But yes, developed campsites. The fines are first offenses, was it, we start at 500 and go to 750 or 250, 500, and 750 or 1,000 for the third. Then of course, if it creates any damage, they're liable for that as well. Smoking is restricted to a closed automobile or your home, concrete, asphalt. Don't throw cigarettes out your window. You can get a ticket for that. Be aware of your chains if you're towing a trailer, camper, boat, anything like that. Or welding, anything that creates a spark. Don't use spark resistors on any kind of chainsaws, but I recommend don't even go out there with anything like that. What are the specifics am I missing?
The biggest message is that with a stage 1 fire restriction, it's largely informational. It elevates the situational awareness, right? There are restrictions, but they're somewhat minimal. With the Forest Service not going in right now, there's a little bit of difference in terms of what you can do at a campsite versus what you can do at your residence. The sheriff covered it. I think the biggest takeaway is elevate your situational awareness, have a go bag ready, start making these plans that we talk about throughout the winter as we're preparing, and get ready to have things in the event that a situation arises. And as we've learned even this afternoon, these fires go from 1 acre reported to 15 acres and probably larger now very quickly. It's only been an hour and 45 minutes that this fire has been burning. So we don't want the public to take for granted that they'll have time to make these arrangements when they need to in the midst of what could be a very chaotic event. So and know your evacuation routes, have your go bag planned, and pay attention. Sign up for Pitkin Alert. Sign up for Reach Well if you need the messages in a different language, and encourage your neighbors to do the same thing so we can kind of spread this information throughout the community.
Further questions? Thanks for hanging in. Apologize for our delay today.
No, it's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we did
Forest
make up
Service joins us soon.
for the board. We have laminated both in English and Spanish stage 1 fire restrictions. So, for example, if those of us that live really close to BLM trailheads, these will be out tonight and with our neighbors. So these are available if anyone needs copies of stage 1 and potentially
stage 2 if needed.
We're not there yet, but
yeah.
I think we'll get there.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Keep us in the loop.
Will do.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, and we have PDF copies as well as hard copies laminated if anyone needs them.
It's so weird not to have the Forest Service on board since 84% of our lands are public lands. It's just frustrating.
Burn them down, you don't have to worry about them.
What?
If you burn them down, you don't have to worry
So
about them.
going back to the agenda, we're a little bit after time.
Send me
Is
that
the board
photo you
okay
just
to
took.
continue with 2 more agenda items? Anyone have other commitments, or are we okay to continue?
Well,
with 2
I
more
would like to
agenda?
discuss the City of Aspen, the joint meeting, because I have no idea what we're talking about.
So the 2 items is the City of Aspen joint meeting, and then we wanted to talk with you all about the potential site visit. Suzanne had sent an email regarding the racetrack proposal.
Regarding what?
The racetrack proposal and getting a site
Woody
visit.
Creek.
And Woody Creek. So those are the 2 items that we would like to discuss if you all have time to hang out for a couple more minutes. Okay. Can we have Suzanne first?
As long as we don't wander off topic. Hi, Suzanne.
So Raceway, whatever, Aspen Motorsports Park, will be on your public hearing agenda on July 22nd. So looking to see if we can find a time to do a site visit. Prior to that, the closer we do it to the meeting, obviously, at that point you have the staff packet available. If we're doing it sooner than that would come out the week before, obviously we could give you the application, but you won't have the rest of the staff recommendation and whatnot in front of you. So I don't know if you wanted to.
So we had, Suzanne and I were emailing, so just kind of on your radar as we looked at the dates, July 15th, we are looking at the groundbreaking at the airport.
Do you know, Jeffrey and I are leaving, I don't know if we're leaving on the 15th or the 16th to go to DACO.
Okay, those were my two things that I was flagging. Is July 15th, we were looking at the groundbreaking, which would be 10 a.m.-ish in the morning. So we can check in with Amy on your travel plans.
Yeah, I can't remember, Jeffrey. Do you remember if we're flying out Wednesday or Thursday?
I think I heard Amy responded to an email. I think it's the 16th that you're.
I'm showing the 16th currently.
Okay, well, that's the day of all the pre-conference mobile tours where they drive you around, but I'd rather miss those than miss groundbreak, because then we'll travel on the Thursday, so.
So I think you might be answering. So we were looking at July 15th, and then we knew that Jeffrey and Patty, you all are gone.
I think it's River District. I'm looking.
On the 15th?
It's a Wednesday.
I don't see it, so.
It's a Wednesday.
Yeah, it's not on here, so.
And then you, oops, sorry.
WQQ. Let me just check. Okay, I don't see it, so.
Okay. And then Jeffrey and Patty, you all are traveling the 16th through the 21st. I don't know when you return, so I think the question is, did you want to look at the day of on the 22nd?
No, because we won't have received the packet until we get home, because the packet won't, I print my packet out and I will be traveling, so.
So I think that is the question. Do you want to look at before or after when you return?
Is it a one read?
It's an informal reso, so, right, it could be a one read.
We're back to the 15th?
Or before, at which point you wouldn't have the staff memo, but we could get you the application if we wanted to look at in advance of the 15th.
We could add it to the 15th.
Or we could look at adding it to the 15th.
Is that what you said, Jeffrey?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably a good
If we
idea.
back up earlier than that at some point, our hope is that we'll do one public notice that will incorporate the site visit time, date, et cetera, plus the public hearing. So right now, I mean, we're getting close to the 30 days. You know, we have to do 30-day mailing.
Why don't we shoot for the 15th?
So the 15th, I mean, 15th is a good spot to be
Why don't we
in.
shoot for the 15th? We've got a 4 o'clock housing meeting, but outside of that, we're good.
We're at the airport at 10, we just keep going.
Yeah, I think that was a question. I can work with the airport and Suzanne, and we can have your airport groundbreaking in the morning, and then figure out a time and kind of logistics to
Sounds
get you
great.
to do the site visit.
Sounds great.
15th, okay. Great, thank you.
Okay. July.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Thank you.
I have one really quick future agenda, may I?
Please.
On July 7th, we have a board mini retreat. What is that?
So that is, we have been working with our lobbyist Thorn partners. So they will be out on site visit and will be on site. And so we were talking like we did last time in December, just having it not on camera and having a little retreat with them of getting to know the issues and kind of the whole legislative time. So we put a hold on that day because we did not have any agenda items. So we put a hold while we're working through travel plans of what the actual
So it's a regular Tuesday.
Yeah, and we
Okay.
didn't have any other items on that day.
On the July 16th?
On July 7th.
July 7th.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Any chance we could actually clean up Rawapa and Rudai Power and not have them twice?
What time is that on July 7th? It's not on my calendar.
It's our regular work session day, so it'll either start at,
Without exec session?
we don't know. We could have both. We could have
We
the
don't know about it.
retreat in the afternoon and exec in the morning. It's a regular work session day. Thank you.
Anything else, future agendas?
No, we've checked all those off. So, for joint meeting with the city, we've talked about, there's a few items that have come up. Myself and Jeffrey met with the mayor and the manager of the city to brainstorm on some items. So there's 4 to 5 that we've talked about. One is we did the first phase of the housing needs assessment, and so staff have been working on the second phase. We've talked about having, that would be a presentation at that point to both city and county, so we could do them individually or could use that time at the joint meeting for the next phase of the housing needs assessment. The other item was we all have been working, we as far as staff and with other folks in the community have been talking about what is our continuity plan for the closure next year, so around marketing and transportation and special events. And so it still is in the early stages, but we know folks are asking, so we can give a report out and kind of hear from you all and have discussion of other items we should be thinking about leading up to the closure next year. The other discussion item was, as Jeffrey shared during the Levi's update with Prop 175 and House Bill 1430, we are working on analysis of what are the impacts to the county and also directly for roads and transportation. We talked about, is that something that might be a topic in June that you all want to be discussing, and we can share out what would be also, kind of preliminary impacts to the education system too as that moves forward. And then the other two items was if we wanted to have more of just kind of a water update. I think there's been things from the Round Basin, the River District that you all have been a part of. Is this an opportunity you wanted to discuss water amongst both the bodies? And then the other item was the city had offered if we wanted to talk just about Healthy Community Fund and, where you all are thinking and the value of Healthy Community Fund. So that is a full plate. We can't do all of them, but wanted to bring it here to you all
2
to see.
hours with the city.
Yeah.
Well, the Healthy Community Fund conversation, weren't we going to talk about combining all of our organizations, whatever, or departments, whatever they are?
Grant fund. We were going to talk about combining grant resources for human service dollars.
Yeah,
We still were some of the changes on our end, quite frankly, and where they're at, we're still in the staff level conversations. We're not there yet at the board level because we haven't had a chance to reconvene on that yet.
So maybe we shouldn't talk about it until we're ready to talk about it that way.
Agree.
Yeah, you agree?
I agree.
Yeah.
It's up to, it's up to all of you. I think that the offer from the city was if we wanted to use the joint meeting as a platform and kind of articulate the needs and desires of Healthy Community Fund, value of Healthy Community Fund.
We could maybe always do a presentation at one of their regular meetings. 2 of us could go do that. 2 of you could go do that. I forget what 1430 is.
The counter to 175, that is the decreasing fuel tax dollars. Jeffrey, can you jump in here?
That was exactly it. It was basically negate the impacts of Prop 175 by reducing the funds Initiative 175 would take out. So in other words, to make education
But if 1430 is to reduce gas tax, how are we going to boost the funds for roads or schools or anything else?
It was negating the impact of Prop 175, reducing gas tax, but it's actually going to increase it somewhere else to offset and then provide K-12 education and health services. So it basically makes 175 a wash. So if 175 is initiated, if it passes, 1430 would then come in, draw the funds out of that balance, draw the funds out of that balance, if you will, and
to replenish the gas tax because we've reduced it.
It ends up as a wash. So we end up with healthcare's untouched and K-12 and higher ed are untouched, and no further money is going to transportation. That's the net impact of 1430.
It doesn't make any sense. You reduce a tax saying it's going to backfill something where you're going to have less money to backfill with.
I mean, it was admittedly an imperfect answer to try to somehow last minute counter.
Yeah,
175. So even the debate on it was like not clear about unforeseen consequences.
And I think the
But it-
hope. Oh, go
Yeah,
ahead.
but it went ahead, and so now
Yeah,
it's like
it's crazy, but
not ideal.
I think housing needs assessment, if it's ready, will take an hour, knowing city council. Airport closure, I think, would be perfect timing, but we need to have ACRA in the room. I think the airport closure would be probably one of the key issues, because we are now more certain as to what we're doing and how we're doing it and when we're doing it. I don't care if you guys want to fill in the next 10 minutes you get out to the airport closure.
Can
Because
I
it's a
make-
2-hour meeting, right?
Yeah, and let me make one clarification too. So we were originally set up to host the meeting, and then we moved it because it was scheduled during CCI. So it is scheduled for Monday, but we are still going to be hosting here. So I know there's been various concerns. So I want to be clear that we will be hosting, even though it's on a Monday, here in this room.
Yeah. I don't have, it's our turn. But I don't know
Might zoom in.
what items do you want?
What?
What items do you want to discuss?
I don't know. These meetings are usually quite frustrating to me. We don't really seem to. Usually we have one presenter, either from the city or the county, and they present for the first half of the meeting, and then,
Yes, I know what you're trying to say.
I don't know if the format needs to change or the agenda needs to change. I don't know where we come together, how we can work together. I mean, I don't know. I'm frustrated by them, and so I don't really care what we talk about. Honestly,
I think the
I
airport
hate to
would
say
be-
that, but
Airport would be my one and only, and if.
Which would?
The airport.
What about it?
What our plans are, what we're doing, how we're moving. There's a lot of uncertainty. We heard that word enough today within the community, thinking, you guys don't know what you're doing. We don't know what you're doing. Are you doing anything? I think it's a great opportunity for us to inform the city council, and with ACRA there, who's really been working hard on trying to,
Yes,
work
she's
on
been
this.
great.
And I think that's a good opportunity to get it into another, hopefully, platform for the constituents here in this city, or whoever would want to watch the meeting. I think it's a good opportunity for us. If we're going to have a meeting, let's talk about something that the people need to know.
I'm okay with that.
That's an excellent point. I've heard feedback that people are still wondering what's going on, even though it's in the news, they're
Yeah.
still wondering.
It's on the website, which is so clear.
Yeah,
I know.
Who checks the websites?
Yeah, why don't they? That's fine with me.
And housing needs assessment, yes, we need housing. There, I just gave you the assessment.
Yeah, housing, I don't know. I mean, Tory's letter after he approved the lumberyard, I don't get it, so, what would we say about housing?
Well, just to clarify, so the housing needs assessment, this is what we went in joint per the state requirements. We did the initial assessment with City, Snowmass, and us, and that was partially for Prop 123. There's a second phase.
Right.
If you'll remember, EPS came and gave a report. There's a second phase to kind of complete out that housing needs assessment. That's what we're talking about, would be brought forward.
Shouldn't Snowmass be in the room then?
That's kind of the topic. We can do it individually across all the boards, or if you want to spend the time in the joint meeting, it's up to where you all want to spend your time together.
Snowmass should be in the meeting about the airport too, so maybe we should have a joint meeting with the city and Snowmass. That would be a great idea.
That would be. That'd be like EOTC. What could go wrong?
Okay, so I'm hearing airport community planning for sure. We can talk about the housing needs assessment update, and I guess I'm not clear on if we want to use some of the time for quick legislative update on Prop 175. I heard strike Healthy Community Fund.
Healthy Community Funds is out for now.
I think there's a strong interest from Mayor Richards to speak about 175. She was really the one who got Pitkin County on early to oppose 175. So
Well,
I think
we're all in opposition to it, so we need to talk about, we're all in opposition?
She's talked about it at every venue she's been at for the last few months.
I think
So,
Including Accra.
Again, we could keep it to, it sounds like the greatest amount of time would be the community benefit of airport and questions there. But the smaller, we can have smaller micro conversations, if you will, that would include 175. So I'm not looking to
That's
strike
fine.
things off the agenda, but we really keep them concise. 15-minute windows could be like,
City's gonna do a micro conversation.
we're hosting, so we can.
do we want to invite Debbie to this meeting?
Debbie Braun?
Mhm.
Oh, Accra needs to be at
Yeah.
the table, yeah.
I was waiting for this discussion. I think we've got
Or Liza,
Accra as well as
Liz
some others
Lizzie.
that are helping out with the transportation, so we'll
Thank you.
connect with them to
Okay.
see who's able to come and be a part of it.
And I, no, thank you. Anything further for today? Spaz and Kim, thank you so much. We are adjourned.
Didn't we have something else on?
Yeah, sorry about my lethargy about these meetings. I'm just like, I can't get excited.
Uh-huh.